Hello everybody, this is it, the tiebreaks of the World Chess Championship 2016, Magnus Carlsen against Karjakin. Everything will come to an end today. The match will be decided and we will have a new world champion, or if it is Carlsen, an old and new world champion. So the game has already started, sorry for the short delay. So we'll get right to the games, here we are. And in case it's a little bit unsynced right now, I apologize. I hope it will get better, but I'm not even sure. I hope you guys can see me. I hope you can hear me well. And then I want to go ahead and get right into the games. We're playing rapid games, 25 minutes and 10 seconds increment. And so let's get right started. It's Karjakin with the white pieces playing total of 4 games here. And if there's no winner in these 4 games, then they'll go to mini matches, blitz games. So we are promised for a lot of, well, at least 4 games and a lot of action tonight, definitely. So we're having the moves on the board, and I will just go through them real quick so we have an idea what's going on. It's the Ruy Lopez opening. And we have seen this so many times in this match. So Carlsen sticks to his weapon of the Ruy Lopez, not going for the Berlin defense. And Karjakin once again goes 6d3, just like he did in game number 11. And now we see this exact line again. Here Carlsen played knight a5 and bishop e6, but now he goes for yet another move because he always wants to surprise his opponent first. And we're getting to a final position. Actually, the program is doing it itself right now because I put on auto update, so we always stay in touch with the actual position. And since this is going to be played rather quickly, I want to make sure to be there. Just to see the last couple of moves again. So knight b8, the idea is to bring the knight to d7, where it's much better placed than on c6. Now knight e2, white is doing similar things, also improving the position of his knight. Now c5, claiming more space, and the knight obtains or goes to the perfect square in this position on g3. My mic boost is over the top, too high. Alright, let me change this real quick because I can. And thanks for the feedback. So let me change that. Alright, so it should be better now. I haven't done a live stream in a long time. But it should be better now. Just hold on for a moment. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the comments, by the way, but there's a lot of comments coming in. I've changed the mic now, so I hope it's better. I do not have the clocks. So that's unfortunate, that's very true. Maybe I can get them in later, but I do not have the clocks. I can just tell you every now and then what the actual situation is on the clock. But I don't have them as of right now. So let's get back to the game. Let's get back to position. And let me know if you have any other comments or suggestions. Mic is better now. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you very much. And glad to see you all guys all there. I mean, it's great after all these analysis after the games now to be finally able to do a live stream and cover this. Well, the most exciting event in, well, let's be honest, a long time. I mean, this is just intense. One mistake, well, and we might have a new world champion. So let's take a look at the current position. Black has gained some space here on the queen side, and but white is not going to do anything right now. White is just covering the square, this pawn, and will continue with its development. Of course, you need to be careful here along the b file. The black is not going to do anything fancy. But as of right now, the position is pretty quiet, and both sides will probably continue to maneuver. I would expect rook e1 here, which was actually played. And white might go at some point play the usual break, d4. So we might see this in the future. So I'm also still getting used to this live streaming. I haven't done this in a while. But thanks for being supportive in the chat. I'm keeping an eye on that, but there's a lot going on there. So please be understandable. Please be understanding, I should say, that I cannot read everything. And of course, I want to focus my analysis on the games. And maybe for game 2, I will get the clocks in somehow, because yeah, that is a crucial piece. But with the program I'm using, I do not have the clock situation as of right now. Alright, so just to explain the format again, really quick, as long as we're still in a more quiet time of the game, before it's going to heat up and both players are going to be low on time. So they will play 4 games of rapid chess, that is 25 minutes each player, plus 10 seconds increment per move. So whenever they play a move, just like right now, bishop e6 has been played, then they receive an additional 10 seconds. So this is quite a lot of time. So I'm expecting the games to last between 45 minutes and an hour. If, and only if, after those 4 games there hasn't been a winner and a new world champion, then they will go to blitz games, blitz matches, and it's mini matches, just 2 games. So one with white, one with black. And if those ones are drawn again, then they go to another mini match, and they do a total of 5 mini matches. And if all those 5 end in an equal score, which just is very unlikely, but might happen, who knows, then they go to a final Armageddon game where white receives 5 minutes, black receives 4, and white needs to win to become world champion. If black draws, that's enough for him to become world champion. I mean, I hope it comes to that, but it's unlikely. I mean, they'll play so many games. It would be surprising to not see a winner. We might already see a winner after these 4 rapid games. All right, and actually, Tal Baron, as is mentioned in the chat, we will talk later on in the stream. And yes, he does have the time, so he's better equipped there. We will talk later in between the games when there's a little bit of a break. There will be about 10-15 minute break between the individual games, and then we'll connect and talk about the games and see what's going on. And by the way, I'm not using an engine, so you can expect me to make some mistakes here while I'm analyzing, but I'm just going to give my best to provide some insight in what's going on. So Carlsen has played bishop e6, very natural square for the bishop, and in some lines, if possible, black would like to go d5. I mean, in general, in all these Ruy Lopez positions, it's always both sides are kind of aiming towards this break in the center, but you always need to check, is it possible under good circumstances? For example, right now, let's just play a random move on the board, just like king h2. Here, black would not be able to go d5 because then the pawn is hanging on e5. So you always have to make sure that everything is working out. So right now it's Karjakin to move. This is the actual position on the board. And, oh, excuse me, with the bishop on e6. And Karjakin could take on e6 here, which is actually we saw in the only game Carlsen won. In game 10, we had the similar pawn structure where black has double pawns on the e file, and I'm not sure if I should mark them red or green, because in some cases these pawns can be helpful, since black is covering d5 and f5, oftentimes crucial squares in this position. In other cases though, those pawns can also be weak. And white could also play queen b3 here to attack them further, but black would be able to protect this pawn on e6. But Karjakin has played bishop c4, which is also quite a sensible move. The point is, he's saying, okay, I'll keep the tension, and if you want to take on c4, you can. And actually now allowing black to create double pawns for white. So bishop takes c4 would be possible, d takes. And now what's going on here? Black could even take on c3, and now we have a lot of isolated pawns. But once again, yes, these pawns could be weak in some lines, but here white is saying, hold on, these pawns are doing me a great favor here, especially this pawn c3, covering the squares d4 and b4, taking away crucial squares. And I'm having this target on d6, so I can bring my queen to d3, put my rook on d1, and go and massage this pawn on d6. So I'm not expecting to see this, because here for white has a clear plan to put pressure on this pawn, play along the d file, and also his bishop is much better than the dark square bishop of black, right? So you can just see how this bishop is just in the black position, not doing anything well except for protecting this pawn, and the white bishop is much better. All right, so this is the current position on the board, and Carlsen is having a little think here, and he played h6. Professor Duselig is asking, who's playing white? You can see that down here, it's Karjakin. Karjakin playing with the first game of the white piece, and Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. So h6 has been played, a very useful move, just taking away the square on g5 and any future positions. And now once again saying, well, what are you going to do here? What is white going to do? And that is a good question. I feel like it would be time to move this bishop. Play bishop e3. I mean, this is the only piece that hasn't been developed yet. So you could make a case for going bishop e3, or you could also make a case for going bishop b5 and putting some pressure on this knight on c6. Let's say bishop b5. Actually, looking at this, I like it better because you're making use of this square on b5. But could be that black just goes knight a7 and saying, well, what are you going to do now? Are you going to retreat back to c4? Or what else are your options? You could close down a position here like this, and I'm not sure how to evaluate it. Actually, this bishop on b5 might be just out of the game here, but really not sure. This is quite interesting. Black would never take on b5 because that would create a passed pawn for white on b5, and this pawn could also be a target. But black would probably just play around the bishop and maybe go knight c8, knight b6, somehow get this knight back into the game. But whenever black goes knight c6, I could bring my bishop to d5 maybe. I don't know. It's just an interesting option. But bishop e3 has been played. We get back to this position. That was the other move I was mentioning. Very natural move. White develops his last minor piece. And ERC is asking, how about knight h2 with the idea to go f4? Knight h2 is a common move in these positions, but typically with the idea to play the knight to g4. Not so much to go f4. But once again, white needs to find a balance between keeping an eye on the center and also creating play. So let's just make a natural move for black, rook e8, knight h2. Here black would be able to go d5 again because you don't have that grip on the pawn in e5 anymore. Thanks for the people posting the times in the chat. Sergey has 14 minutes right now. And Carlsen, let's see. How much time does Carlsen have? Carlsen still has 20 minutes, so he's been playing much quicker. And this is, of course, a crucial factor in the in this time format. I mean, time is so important here. And playing quickly is, for one, giving you more confidence, and will also obviously be much more beneficial later when it comes to complicated positions where the players have to calculate tactical variations, and they will need this time. So Carlsen being up on the clock is definitely a factor, and I'm seeing here 21 versus 14. I mean, that's already a 7-minute difference, and that could be really crucial later on. We shall see. Right now, it's actually Carlsen to move here after bishop e3. And to me, I mean, the question is, the first move I'm looking at is this move, d5. Because white is not threatening the pawn on e5 anymore. And I don't see anything wrong with this move at first sight, unless there might be this move bishop b5 once again. And now targeting the knight on c6. And if black now defends this knight, then white could potentially win this pawn. But even this has to be checked. Whenever white gives up the bishop pair like this, black does have some compensation. And here also this pawn on c3 is hanging. So it needs to be checked. I mean, it seems to me at first sight that white is holding on to his extra pawn here. But this variation is not over. I mean, black could take on c3 first, open the b file, and then go bishop d6. And this is by no means clear. We get back to the game. Carlsen didn't play d5. Maybe there was something he didn't like, which I didn't spot right now. And he goes queen c8. Queen to c8. And you know, I think what this is doing, it's preparing d5. So he's protecting the knight on c6 just in case. And also allowing him to take on e6 with the queen if needed, if white takes on e6 with the queen. And this seems to be a useful move. So you might wonder, why is he putting a queen on c8 and not on d7? Well, I think the reason is that if he puts the queen on d7, he runs into his pin in some variations. And he just didn't want to allow that, even though queen d7 would be the more natural move. Let's be completely clear on this. Connecting the rooks and just the more natural square for the queen. But I think queen c8 to not go into this pin. And I think if it was black to move again here, then black would go d5. So definitely Karjakin needs to address this. Well, it's not too big of a threat, but certainly black would put on some pressure on the white position then. So d5 being the threat, how do we react to this? This is a technique you can of course ask yourself in your own games as well. Just think about what your opponent wants to play next and then what you can do to prevent it. Some people are saying Carlsen is also setting up the sacrifice on h3. Well, this might go a little bit too far, because black really wouldn't have a follow-up afterwards. And queen e2 has been played. Now we are just talking about what can white do to stop d5. And Karjakin played queen e2. Now I'm wondering, can black go d5 nonetheless? I mean, this is really the question, all these lines. And you can always, well, insert b takes c3 first. That's a question if you want to do this. But it doesn't seem to be a necessity right now anyways. It would just make sense in main lines to open up the b file. But you can also always do this later. So d5, white needs to take. And what now? There's this move, knight f5, which is interesting. But we see a different move on the board. So we'll get back. Knight f5 here may be an option. But still, this seems fine. Carlsen, however, didn't go d5 once again. He wants to keep preparing it further. And he goes rook d8. So once again, maybe there was something there after d5 he didn't like, or maybe he just wants to keep his opponent waiting for the time being. And d5 really seems to be the next black move if white doesn't do anything. So can you go d5 here yourself? I don't think so. This is actually another advantage of putting the queen on c8. We'll see right here. Black can just take everything off on d4 and then the bishop is hanging. So d4 is not possible. This is the actual position on the board right now. Maybe bishop b5 now. Maybe bishop b5 to go d4 the next move. I mean, this just looks like a move that makes a lot of sense. Because like we said, in all these lines the bishop is hanging on c4 and black probably cannot go d5 now because white could take on c6 and win this pawn on e5. I mean, once again, this variation is not over. But it seems to me here that, yeah, white is up a healthy pawn right now, knight f3. And yes, you can take on e4. Yes, you can take on c3. But still, it seems like I have everything protected and I'm a pawn up. So seems to me a bishop b5 is a very reasonable move. And once again, you need to check this move, knight a7, when at the very least you could go back and repeat moves. But of course, this is not what Karjakin is aiming for in his first white game. He wants to go for a win. And he has played something else. He has taken on e6. Okay. And now I'm curious how Carlsen will take back. Probably with the f-pawn, because if queen takes e6, then most likely white will just close this down. Just play c4 and stay with the better minor piece, the bishop on e3. Nonetheless, the position, yeah, should be more or less equal, I feel like. But I'd probably rather take white. So I'm expecting f takes e6 here. I'm expecting f takes e6. Jonathan, how is Talbaron able to display the clock? He just used a different design. So I hope I can insert the clocks after game 1, but I cannot guarantee anything. Alright, so we see two more moves. F takes e6 has been played, in fact, as expected. And now Karjakin went d4. Okay, well, this makes much more sense. Of course, he exchanged the bishop first because before it was hanging. And now he plays d4. And now he plays d4. And now the rook on d8 actually looks a little bit stupid. Because black is not going to be able to play d5 now, I think. Because he still needs to protect his pawn on e5. Moritz, I'm not able to show the time right now. I will try to get it in for game 2. But I can tell you the clock situation right now. Karjakin has 11 minutes and Carlsen has 16. And we see major exchanges here on d4. Everything being swapped off. And this is the current position on the board. This is the actual position on the board right now. And Carlsen just takes everything off. Everything. We're just seeing major exchanges here. So this is the current position on the board. And now rook b4 has been played. Rook b4. So this was Carlsen's idea, why he took everything off so he could play this active rook move to b4. Now threatening the bishop on d4, also keeping an eye on the pawn on a4. And white needs to react here. How to protect the bishop? Well, I could insert a move like rook ec1, but I don't think that helps me. It rather pushes the queen to d7 and more pressure on a4. So what is white going to do here? We need to move the bishop or protect it. one thing or the other. And this is not an obvious decision here. I think maybe rook ed1, but here I have to check e5. I mean, positionally speaking, this is not a move black wants to play, but the point is the bishop doesn't have many squares. If you go to e3 now, black can take on e4. And if bishop b2, well, the bishop seemed a little bit loose to me on b2. Maybe queen b7, but then bishop c3. So that would work for black, for white, excuse me. But even a move like queen c4 is possible. But black really wants to think twice before playing this move e5, because you give white the square on f5. So this is not a light harder decision you take to play e5. Okay, so this is the current position. Karjakin needs to figure out what he wants to do with the bishop. He cannot go to e3 because this is dropping this pawn e4. There are no tactics here, I believe, that work for white. Bishop takes h6, just knight takes g3 is an intermediate move, and black will be a piece up. And I mentioned this move briefly. Rook ec1. But I didn't think it was too great. But this is the move Karjakin has played. He is threatening the queen for now. But I wonder what he wants to go after queen d7. Oh, I think I see it. He probably wants to go rook c4 now and defend the bishop in this way. No, actually not. My bad. His point was, after queen d7, which has been played, he goes bishop c3. That was the point, to open the square for the bishop. So he goes bishop c3, and now attacking the rook, and Carlsen will take on a4. He has already taken. And now bishop takes a5 must be the idea, or taking on a4 first and then going rook a1. Either one. Bishop takes a5 on the board, threatening the rook on d8. Of course, black cannot take because of rook takes. So Sergey has 9 minutes left, and Carlsen has 16 minutes. And people are saying Karjakin's time management has been not optimal, but this position is pretty simplified now. So you don't need that much time in this position. It seems rather equal, to be honest. I'm expecting a draw here pretty soon. I mean, we have major exchanges now in this position. Karjakin played bishop c3. Now we see the rooks come off the board. That actually has already happened. And we see 4 against 4. So I'm expecting to see this game end in a draw fairly quickly, and Carlsen being able to once again, just like in the classical match, he was able to neutralize Karjakin's white game fairly quickly. Queen c6 on the board. Maybe Carlsen is just going to play a little bit longer, but in fact I would rather prefer white here. Even though the position is completely equal, I rather prefer white. Why is that? The black king is just a little bit more open than the white king. So the white king feels a little bit safer. But it certainly doesn't hurt for both players to play a few more moves. We shall see. Queen c6, king h2 on the board, just avoiding any queen c1 ideas by white, by black. And this is the current position on the board. Carlsen has plenty of time here. But he will probably just stay with his queen as it is. And not do anything too crazy. I mean, in some positions, black could go d5, but here you don't want to do this. If you do this, in any case, probably you don't want to do it ever, because it just weakens your king further. But if you were to do it, you would like to take with the pawn back, Because if you have to take with the queen or with the knight, you just have created yourself a target on e6, just a weak pawn on e6. There's no need to do this. That being said, in fact, white could play e5 himself to force an exchange of these two pawns. And I would definitely play on here for a while if I was white. I would not just make a draw immediately. I would just play on, even though the position is equal, it feels more comfortable to play for white. And let's put it like that. If Carlsen was to play black here, he would, if Carlsen was to play white here, he would definitely play on for a while, just to see if anything is possible. Why not? I mean, for Karjakin, the only problem could be his time. He doesn't have much time. I mean, he gets 10 seconds per move, but that's not a lot. And you just don't want to lose a game because you overpressed or you didn't have enough time left. That's not how you want to lose out of an equal position, for sure. Adrian is asking, why do you expect a draw? There's such a big difference in the time. Well, the time doesn't really matter that much here. It's the position that matters first and foremost. And the position is rather simplified. There's not a lot you need to calculate. Maybe there will be situations later on, but there are not a lot of pieces left. All the pawns are on one side of the board, so there's just not that much going on right now. So the draw is definitely a most likely outcome here. And Undead is saying he doesn't have enough time to think of a draw. I'll go for loose white. Well, let's see a clock situation once again. And Karjakin still has 8 minutes and 40 seconds, whereas Carlsen has 13 minutes, 40 seconds. And 8 minutes, that's a lot of time, guys. That's a lot of time for a rapid game anyway. And it's a lot of time to hold a draw here. And I don't even want to call it hold a draw, because white is not holding a draw. As I said earlier, I think white is more comfortable here, even though the position should be equal. But if I had to choose a side, I would take white here. Like I said, black king is just a tiny bit more open. And his bishop is better placed than the black bishop, right? You can see his bishop perfectly placed on a long diagonal. And there may be some ideas against the black king in some situations. Hani Rushdie is asking, why can't he win by time? Well, one problem is that Karjakin still has 8 minutes, and the other problem is that they also get an additional 10 seconds per move they play. So whenever they play a move, they get 10 extra seconds. So you can never just flag another player, really, because they just get sufficient time with every move. Yes, this is the current position. Carlsen has been thinking now for a while, in fact. After king h2, we haven't seen a move lately, because he's probably figuring out, well, how can I maybe fully equalize, or how can I keep the game going? What can I do here? That's not that obvious. You would like to exchange bishops, and he has just played king f7. I was about to say you want to exchange bishops, because this bishop is better than the black bishop. But if you go knight d7, then white can play a move like knight h5, and already we see the black king being under attack. So Carlsen played king f7. That's an interesting move. But he probably decided, okay, I'm just going to keep my piece like this and not move anything at all. So now white has different choices. As I said earlier, you could play e5 and you force the exchange of these two pawns. Either if black moves the knight, but he won't do that. He will just take. And you have forced this exchange, and you have a target here, pawn on e6. But there's just not enough potential on the board, not enough material, and I don't think white can do much here. So I'd rather keep the pawns for now. You want to keep as much material as you can as white to play for win, to keep playing. And you can maybe think about f4. I would like f4. What about f4? Now e5 is more so an idea, and especially with the king on f7 right now, I would like to push this knight away so I possibly have queen h5 check. And also sometimes there's the move f5, also interesting to play on the light squares and open up the f5 square for the knight, which would be just a beautiful square. So I like this move f4, and I'm not sure how black will respond to that. My next move is going to be f5, most likely. And for black, it's a little bit of an uncomfortable position because he cannot really do anything active. Whenever black does anything active, let's say d5 here, well, that might just help my chances here. Now I can just go e5, go queen h5 check, go f5. That might just help me. So this makes it a little bit uncomfortable because as humans, we always want to do something. We want to move, we want to create threats. We like that in chess. We want to attack stuff. But it looks like here that black cannot really do much, but just sit and wait. Just sit and wait what white does and defend. And people have been pointing out queen c1 is possible. Yes, very well spotted. That's a double attack and I ran right into it. As you can tell, I'm not using the computer, and here in fact white would lose a pawn. So that's not what you should do, because also queen f1 is not helping. Here black is losing the pawn. So you always need to be aware and you need to be careful. And Karjakin is of course being one of the best players in the world. And he has played the move bishop b2, protecting a bishop anyway on b2. And now maybe he will go for this move, next move, f4. So that's why Karjakin played bishop b2, to not run into his queen c1 move. And also just in many lines it makes so much sense to have this bishop protected on b2 by the queen. Now, once again, it's black to move, and like I said, it's not trivial to make moves here. Okay, Carlsen has made the move queen c5, which I actually missed for a moment. I didn't notice a queen move to c5 from c6. Okay, just improving his queen position a little bit. And now f4 has been played. There we go, f4. Karjakin is not done here. He knows he's not risking anything. Well, maybe a little bit, but not much. I mean, he has plenty of time. He still has 5 minutes, 45 seconds, whereas Carlsen has 11 minutes. So this is very interesting still. Even though position remains equal, this is not over yet. Like I said earlier, I would rather take the white pieces. I'd rather take the white pieces. White has these ideas, either f5 or e5 in the right moment in time. And then the black king could feel uncomfortable, whereas the white king feels pretty good here on h2. So we'll see how Carlsen responds to this. I'm wondering if you ever think about a move like g6. I mean, g6, you have to be very careful with pawn moves in general, because every pawn move, that's a famous quote, is weakening something. And here g6, yes, it has its benefits, but it feels a little bit too weakening. It feels just too weakening of the black king, so I don't like this move too much. My point was that after f5, black could take now with the g-pawn, and then go e5 and have passed pawns here. And this looks good, but g6 just doesn't feel right, and Carlsen played bishop d8, which makes a lot of sense. In fact, I had missed this move, and I wonder if Karjakin had missed this move as well. Because the idea is to go bishop b6, and suddenly black is creating threats against the white king. That's a very nice maneuver Carlsen found here, to pose some threats to create counterplay. Because earlier I was saying black cannot do much but just sit and wait, but Carlsen has found a way here to activate his pieces and create threats of his own. Planning to go bishop b6 next with the threat of queen g1. Now, what is white doing against this threat? I mean, it is quite a serious threat. Let's be clear. Bishop b6 is black's next move. Now, you need to defend this somehow. I mean, that's for sure. Of course, you have ways, for sure, like queen f3, bishop b6, knight e2. But this is too passive. This doesn't feel right, like the right way to defend against. I want to have a more active way. I mean, maybe I could just put my queen on the first rank. But once again, I need to put a piece passive, and I don't like that. I would like to have all my pieces active. e5 has been played. e5. Wow, it seems like this is heating up a little bit, my friends. This is heating up. Now e5, Carlsen could go bishop b6 now, threatening checkmate. And white would need to react to this and would not have time, obviously, to take on f6. So here, I'm guessing queen f1, which makes a lot of sense because now black cannot take on e5, since then suddenly he would find himself in a pin on the f file, losing this knight on f6. So probably it doesn't make sense for black to play bishop b6, because then you're not able to take on e5 anymore, and you would need to move the knight. And this is a complicated position. Here, this looks very interesting. f5. Whew. This is very sharp, in fact. Okay, but we see other moves. Let's get back to the position. What has been played? Carlsen has taken on e5. He has taken. He didn't want to allow this queen f1, because then he couldn't take on e5 anymore. And Karjakin has taken with the bishop. Not with the pawn, but with the bishop. And now I would expect very much bishop b6. Bishop b6 seems like a very logical continuation here. So why didn't Karjakin take with the pawn? Well, then black just moves the knight to d5. And yes, you have one check, but the king goes back. Not to e8, but to f8. Not to allow, not to g8, not to allow queen e8 check, but just to f8, and everything's protected. So bishop takes e5, but now, yeah, it doesn't seem like white can create much more. 4 minutes left for Karjakin. 4 minutes left, and Carlsen still has more than twice the time of Karjakin. He has 8.5 minutes. 8.5 for Carlsen, but once again, this position is pretty simple. So time does matter a little bit, but it doesn't matter that much. And I'm very much expecting this game to end in a draw. Carlsen can go bishop b6 now when white needs to defend against his checkmate threat, but white can just move the queen to the first rank. d1, e1 or f1. You have a choice. Not sure where. Maybe d1. So you still keep an eye on this h5 square in case the black knight moves after knight d5. You could give a check here. Then again, the question is, how much is this really doing for you? Because once again, all these lines, you always have to keep an eye on the checkmate threat. So here you wouldn't just need to return to d1, which cannot really be the point. But instead of queen h5, you can also think about a move like knight h5. Or, hold on, knight e4 is a good move. You push this queen away, you maybe have knight d6 in some lines. This seems like a much more sensible move. So bishop b6 on the board, and queen d1 is on the board. As I said, it makes a lot of sense to keep an eye in this direction as well as possibly in this direction. And while it has defended against this checkmate threat, and now it seems to me that both sides cannot really make any progress. And Carlsen has played the move queen d5, offering the queen trade. And of course, if queens come off, you can just shake hands immediately anyway, because with 3 against 3 pawns, it is just an immediate draw. So queen d5, now the question is, will Karjakin exchange? He doesn't have to. He does not have to. But then again, the question is, what else is he doing? Queen b1. I could just move back with the queen and ask white, well, what's your plan? What are you going to do next? Because I always have this counterplay along this diagonal. And yes, queen takes d5 is on the board, and the players have agreed to a draw. So first game ended in a draw after queen takes d5, and Carlsen achieved an effortless draw with the black piece playing quicker than his opponent, and he was able to just equalize, and then he came to a draw. And that means next game, which will be in about 10 minutes, we'll see Carlsen with the white pieces. So let me see if my friend Grandmaster Talbaron is up for a little chat. Tal, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, maybe you cannot.
Hi, Niclas.
Oh, there you are. How's it going?
Yes, so I forgot to unmute myself. I said hello to myself.
Okay, well.
So let's move on to the analysis, yeah?
Please, let's do so. I will just put up the picture of you in my broadcast, and then we can take a look at the game together and
yes.
What was going on. So what's your first opinion of the game?
Well, it just like symbolizes what happened in the entire World Championship in the classical games. Just Karjakin didn't try too much. Carlsen played relatively safely at the first 7 games. And yeah, pretty uneventful game.
Yeah, I agree. Once again, Carlsen was able to equalize pretty effortlessly with the black piece. As we have seen the whole match, really. Except for game 9, I think it was. That was the only game where Carlsen emerged with an advantage of the opening. So let's take a look at the game together. Do you have the game open yet?
Actually, I didn't manage to paste the moves, but you can look at the first 6 moves while I do it.
Okay, sounds good to me.
So, yeah, still have to get used to our new format.
Yeah, it is something very different. Fresh. So we saw the Roy Lopez. And Karjakin once again went for this d3 line. What do you think of this line? Is it any good?
I think that this line is quite fashionable nowadays, and for a good reason. It leaves, while it's not objectively better for white, it leaves a lot of play and a lot of pieces on the board. So I can see why it attracts many top players.
Yeah, and I found it interesting that Carlsen once again played a new move. In this position, for everybody watching, Carlsen had played the moves bishop e6 and what did I do?
I'm sorry for the change, but I managed to actually paste it, I think.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, now we see the whole game. All right.
So, okay, you can continue.
Yeah, so Carlsen had played the moves bishop e6 and knight a5 previously in the match, but now he goes for knight b8, which is also a very common move.
Yes, and I actually looked at this game prepared it for both colors at some point when I saw the game Anand versus Wesley So. Do you remember it? It was
yes, yeah, that was a great move. Wagon C 2015, yeah.
Knight back to c6, bishop a2, something like h6, f4.
Yeah, that was a great game by Vichy.
Yeah, and an awesome line to play with both colors actually, if analyzed properly. So I feel like this knight b8 move is probably the most fighting and the most ambitious for black. So
yeah.
now, well,
But not Karjakin style, right?
what?
Not Karjakin style.
Exactly. He usually likes it a bit more simplistic, at least in this match.
Right.
So 92 is considered to be the most ambitious move also. So he seems prepared. And well, c5 once again, following the main path.
Okay. Yeah. All logical moves really.
Yeah. And now probably is where black has a lot of choice. And if we compare it with the regular main lines of the Ruy Lopez, where white plays d3 instead of d4, black is too tempi short, because usually, no, you can say it's the same, because he goes knight a5 and back to c6.
Right.
White kind of wasted the extra tempo from bishop c2 on this move a3.
Okay.
So it's more or less the same position, the same structure.
Yeah.
And the main plan is just bishop e6 and rook e8, usually speaking.
Okay.
So rook b8 is a plan I'm not aware of, but it feels very logical. What do you think of this move, rook b8?
Yeah, I mean, black wants to play on the b file at some point anyway, as we'll actually see it in the game. So,
yeah.
Very logical move, yeah.
And it's very similar to the close Sicilian, where you get a5 and b4 and just play for a space advantage on the queen side.
Right.
And yeah, white usually tries for attack on the king side, and much like here, there wasn't any serious attack taking place. So h3, the usual move, a5. Do you think there's... Okay, a4 is a move I dislike, at least on principle, because you move the same pawn twice.
That's why you disliked it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, why play a3 in the first place? A4 is one of the main moves
right.
in that position, so I think it's very logical to just develop, let's say, go something like...
Rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1 and prepare d4.
Right, I mean, that's the main plan, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't see any reason not to do it. And well, Karjakin seems to want to secure the light squares and forcing black to do a move to make a move that he would probably have made anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, very unambitious play by white, I would say, in general.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop c4 is a nice move, though.
Yeah, I like this move, keeping the tension.
Yeah, probably if he was playing against a player who's lower rated than him, bishop c2 is the way to try to keep more pieces on the board or more tension and get d4 in. But it's a little bit scary with this b3 idea. And
right.
Usually when white goes d4, sometimes black gets c4 in, and both of these pieces, the bishop and the rook, can be outside of the game for a very long time.
Yeah, that is kind of double-edged. And people are asking in the chat, when will the next game start? In about 5 minutes time, so pretty soon.
Yes.
The action will continue. Yeah, yes. So we should probably speed up a little bit and get to the critical moments maybe. Well, if there were any, to be honest. I mean, we just saw major exchanges in the game after black prepared d5 for quite a long time. I thought he could maybe just go d5 here. Do you think about this?
Yes, but it's a little bit too committal, and I think Carlsen learned from his previous mistakes that he doesn't want to take commitments that the position does not ask him to take. And, well, d5 feels like a move that I wouldn't play without the engine's approval.
Okay, all right. But, I mean, rook d8, I mean, his idea must have been to go d5 next move here.
Maybe.
Oh, you don't think so?
The key, I think, is that he has more space, so white kind of ran out of useful moves, and black didn't, so he just prepares better for d5.
Okay.
And I think Karjakin kind of bailed out at this point, like he normally did throughout this match, like Carlsen did with the game number 12.
Yeah, so, I see.
Yeah, bishop takes c6, fe seems like the safe choice. I think queen e6 is a more ambitious try.
Could be, but then probably c4, yeah?
Yeah, and then d5 is not possible.
Yeah, so. I mean, I like white better here a little bit, so...
Yeah, you're right.
I think.
kind of missed the c4 idea.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
he is probably the best. And I think we can more or less skip all the way to move 30, because now Black doesn't have much choice. He has to exchange everything like happened in the game. And, rook b4 is the logical follow-up, attacking the bishop.
Right.
And it doesn't have any square, actually. b2 looks a little bit silly. So rook ec1 makes a lot of sense, but now, once again, there is a double attack. And I would expect a strong player like Karjakin, who wants to win this championship, to play queen d1 and maintain more pieces on the board.
That is a possibility. I also looked at a move rook c4, but I don't know. I don't know how much I like this move.
Well, after rook c4...
Black probably can just go rook eb8.
Exactly, and the tension is not really released, but the idea is to go bishop c3 now. I have a threat. And I'm not sure what Carlsen was planning now, but I think Karjakin is definitely not worse. And this was probably the main critical moment from the white point of view, before he gave up most of his chances to play for an edge. So, yeah, I would say the move bishop c3.
Yeah, queen d1 looked like keeping more tension on the board.
Exactly.
I mean, is there... Yeah, so bishop c3 is a threat. And then picking up the pawn on a5.
Exactly.
And the question is, what is Black doing here?
Maybe.
Rook c8.
And then if bishop c3, maybe rook b c4 and trying to exchange all the pieces once again.
Probably, yeah.
And, Carlsen wasn't in any real danger probably at any point, including this one. But still, queen d1 is a move that someone who wants to play for a win will do. Bishop c3 means Karjakin didn't want to risk anything.
Yeah, which is understandable.
Yeah.
And then, okay, it's just a draw. I mean, I said white is a little bit more comfortable here, but Black, Carlsen didn't really have any issues making a draw.
Yeah. Probably this was the first critical position from Black's point of view. And I think he chose the right approach, to wait patiently and improve his pieces. Just king f7, which is a strong move I didn't see. Actually, I didn't sense this move. And now bishop b2, probably preparing f4, because there's queens.
Exactly.
Here. Double attacking, so bishop b2, queen c5. Well, once again, there is no reason to justify anyone playing for the win here.
Yeah, no, I think it was all logical play, and Carlsen found this nice maneuver, bishop d8, bishop b6, and that just created enough play, and then it's just a draw. All right, let's wrap it up, because game 2 is starting in a moment. So we'll talk again very soon after game 2. Thanks for having you, and talk to you soon.
Exactly.
All right.
See you soon. Thanks for the analysis. So we mute the Skype conversation now?
Yes. All right. Talk to you soon. Okay, that was Grandmaster Talbaron from Israel. He's also live streaming right now, and we'll get back to the games. Hold on, how do I do this? There we go. So game 2 is starting any moment. And I'm afraid that I don't think I can bring the clocks in. I'll tell you the reason why. Maybe you've noticed already, but it seems I'm a little bit unsync, and that's because my computer is just not that strong, and or my laptop rather. And if I have a browser open, just as I did right now, when we analyze the game, it takes more CPU, and then I become out of sync, it seems. So I cannot have the times, because that would mean I would need to open a browser. So we'll just stick to me saying that the clock situations often, and you guys have also been contributing through the chat, so let's just keep doing that. And game 2 will start any second. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces now. And what will he go for? I'm guessing once again 1e... Well, actually... I'm guessing one... Yes, I'm guessing 1e4. There it is on the board. And they're playing the Italian game. Bishop c4. Okay, so they're moving pretty quickly here. Tuck, tuck, tuck. So this is the Italian opening. A4 is the move that Karjakin actually played himself early in this match against Carlsen. Well, am I right here? I think so. So this is a very fashionable line. Okay, so this is the current position on the board. Yes, there we have it. Bishop a7. That's just a useful move to move the bishop back. Yeah, Carlsen actually played this earlier, and back then he played with b4. And that was quite an interesting game. It was game 5 of the World Chess Championship. And for Klaus Serra, this is not the first game, this is the second. The first game ended in a draw. Karjakin wasn't able to put any pressure with the white pieces, and now Carlsen is trying to put on pressure. In the first game, he put on pressure on Karjakin at the clock at least. He was up on the clock by 4, 5, 6 minutes the whole game. So Carlsen definitely playing quicker, and that can be a huge factor. In the last game it wasn't because the position was too simplified, but in this game it could be. Alright, so this is the current position on the board. Carlsen's playing pretty quickly. And we see once again this pawn structure. It's similar to the last game we saw as well. And white, the typical plan in this position is to play d4, and that's what Carlsen has done. Alright, so white plays d4, but black just keeps the tension as it is. Just keeps the tension, doesn't take on d4 just yet. And for white, you could play a move like rook e8. And then the question is, how will white continue? And this position has been seen many, many times on the top level. And C. Shua is asking, when will the Sicilian be played? I'm afraid to say that I'm not expecting a Sicilian in this match unless one player is behind. Then maybe we will see the Sicilian. But as of right now, not expecting a Sicilian at all. And c6 has been played, very typical move. Black is in many lines preparing to take on d4 first and then go d5. And the picture of Tal is still there. Good point, I forgot about that. So let me move this out of the way, because we will have Mr. Baron, Grandmaster from Israel, back later on. So c6 been played. I was just talking about that black wants to go d5 at some point. So Carlsen is prophylactically moving the bishop back to f1. So he's not running into d5. And now if black takes on d4 and plays d5, unlike with the bishop on c4, white can always just go e5 and claim some more space here. So that's the whole idea behind it. So this is the current position on the board. VZRTZ is asking, when are we out of theory? We might be at this point. I haven't seen this move bishop f1 before, but then again, I'm not a big expert on this line, and it has been discussed many times on the top level, so probably it has been seen before. And definitely Carlsen has seen this move before, because he is playing very quickly, very confidently. And just as we saw in the match, it seems Carlsen is in almost every game able to surprise his opponent, and that especially in the tiebreaks can be so crucial, because here if you surprise your opponent, you have more time on the clock, and unlike the classical matches where players really had a lot of time, here they don't. They play 25 minutes and 10 seconds increment per move. That is, with every move they play, they get 10 seconds added to their clock time. And Nishant is asking, Niclas, can you say something about the pressure the players are facing in these rapid games versus the classical games? Yeah, it's very much connected to a time, obviously. You have to make decisions much quicker. You need to be on your feet the whole time. You cannot really take a break because there's always something to calculate, and you don't want to waste any time whatsoever, because time is the most crucial component here. You need to be playing quickly, especially in the opening. Karjakin cannot take too much time here, or should not, I should say, because he will need this time later on when it's about making important decisions. So this is the crucial factor, and there's so much more pressure here. Alright, so Karjakin is taking his first thing, just to remind you guys of the clock situation. Carlsen still blitzing out all the moves. He still has 25 minutes, that's what they started with, and Karjakin so far down to 21. All right, so Karjakin still thinking about his next move. So what are some options here? Let's consider some options. Rook e8 seems like a very natural move. In many lines, you put this rook on the e file to, well, put some more pressure on the white center. And the rook is just better placed here, obviously, because in case anytime the center is being opened, the rook is right on the perfect file here. So rook e8 seems like a very natural move. I'll probably play this rather quickly. And it's interesting here, white has put the bishop on f1. Usually knight uses the square to get to g3. Now the knight would need to use a different route. So after rook e8, not sure what Carlsen has in mind. I'm wondering if something like this is possible. But no, I don't think so. This pawn on e4 is hanging. So you cannot do that. And Karjakin, he has played, to my mind, a curious move. He went a5. a5. That is a curious decision. So he has spent another move with the a-pawn, just like Grandmaster Talbaron was saying. Out of principle, you don't want to move the same pawn twice in the opening. There are, of course, some points to it. Black is gaining some space here on the queen side, but there are also disadvantages. So I'm not sure about this move. I probably wouldn't have played it, but then again, I'm not playing at this level. So interesting choice. I would have gone with rook e8 or h6 maybe, which is also a very useful move in many lines. But he went a5. So it's Carlsen to move now. Carlsen looks like he's out of book now. He's thinking, because he didn't analyze this move. a5, a little bit of a curious move to me. And here I think we can very much think about this move knight c4 now. Because, well, nothing wrong with it. You put some more pressure on this pawn. You actually threaten to take on e5 now. And if rook e8, then you could still take and then go knight d6, which also looks tempting, to say the least. And you can at least claim the bishop here on c8. Maybe you even have a better options, but I don't see it. But even this, white is comfortable here having the bishop pair. So that would be already nice for white. So knight c4, this is the current position, just to emphasize. And knight c4 looks like an interesting move, unless there's knight takes e4 ideas, and that could very well be. Yes, probably that's what Karjakin has in store, because knight c4 is an obvious move. It's the move you first look at, and here knight takes e4 with the idea if rook takes, obviously d5, and black is forcing the white pieces and will win back the knight, but probably you don't do it like this, because here white takes on e5 and then the pawn on c4 is weak. You probably first, you do it better. You first take on d4, and only after c takes d4, white could also play knight takes d4. I mean, this is also interesting. But only after c takes d4, just to show this line, now you take on e4. And now you play d5. And then take on c4. And that is probably what Karjakin wants to play. Somebody is asking, is it impossible to see Tal-like sacrifices in the tiebreaks? No, it's not. I mean, you can definitely see everything here. And especially if one player gets behind, then he needs to go all out to get back. So we might see crazy games here. We just don't know yet. So far, the first game hasn't been crazy. I mean, that's clear. But this might go on for a while. I mean, if they play 2-2 on the tiebreaks, then on the rapid games, excuse me, then they go to blitz games and they just keep going. It's just incredibly tense. Of course, the pressure is really, really high, and Carlsen's taking a longer think here. After a5, now he's down to 20 minutes, just like Karjakin. So he's figuring out the best way to go here. So we said knight c4 doesn't look too tempting because of this idea of e takes d4 and knight takes e4 when it looks like black's equalizing and gaining control over the center. So what are other moves here for white to consider? Well, you could just play a move like queen c2 and maybe go knight c4 later on. Alright, let's say rook e8. As I said before, that's a move black wants to play anyway. And now you could play knight c4. I like this move. I like this move, knight c4, because here it seems the knight is well placed. You keep an eye on this pawn a5, keep an eye on this pawn e5. Sometimes the knight can hop to d6. Just many benefits. But once again, there's always this trick which we just saw, and white always needs to check this. And I mean, it seems like it's just working again here for black. Even better so. No, bishop f5 doesn't work because of rook takes e8, but rook takes e4 and queen takes e4 just seems to equalize for black. So this is black's standard trick, to take on e4 and then follow up with d5. And Freight Like is asking, why are sound and video always unsync? Well, I do apologize for that. I would love to change it, but I cannot. And it seems my laptop is just not suitable or strong enough for these live streams. I might actually, after this game, I might try to restart real quick. To see if I can change anything, because right now actually the program I'm using is kind of hung up, which is bad. I'm glad the stream is still going on, to be honest, because the program is hung up right now and I cannot make any changes there. So this is unfortunate. Let's get back to the game. Carlsen took on e5, now alleviating the tension in the center. That's interesting. I'm expecting d takes e5 very much. And what now? You could still follow up with a quiet move, like queen c2 or queen b3. And somebody's asking if I'm using my brain for analysis. Yes, that's the only thing I'm using because, like I just pointed out, well, that doesn't even matter. I want to use my brain anyway. This is just much more interesting to me than using the engine. So I like to think for myself and figure out what's going on here, and makes it also more interesting to me because I have to find out what the evaluation of the position is, who's better. And right now I think seems pretty equal. I mean, maybe white has a little bit of something, but it seems pretty equal to me. Okay, I think I know why Carlsen took on c2, took on e5, because he now wants to move to queen, and he has done so. Now he plays queen c2, and he's avoiding this idea of black to go knight takes e4 and d5, what we have seen so many times in the past positions. All right. So Karjakin now to move in this position. And I think what Carlsen wants to do, just go knight c4. And the knight, like I said, it's well placed there. And this pawn on a5 really could be a weakness. So what can black do? Well, you would like to go bishop e6, but that runs right into knight g5. So that doesn't make much sense because here you need to move the bishop again. You don't want to have it exchange against the knight. Now, what else can you do? Well, h6 comes to mind, obviously, to not allow knight g5. And all these lines, h6 just makes so much sense because you take the square away from white, and you also make sure your king has some space. Just in case, in the far future, if there's ever any back rank issues, you can go to h7. So h6 looks like a very logical move here to me, and to follow up with knight bishop e6 next. But here you have to first address this move, knight c4 attacking upon e5. So I cannot go bishop e6. I probably will go queen c7 because also there's this idea of rook d1, knight d6. For example, if rook e8 now, then rook d1 and knight d6 coming next, and we don't want this to happen where the knight is hopping in and bothering us. So queen c7 seems very sensible. And here, well, different moves available for white, obviously. You could think about something like b3 and bishop a3. And like I said many times before, I really do like this knight on c4. As I said, it's just well placed. Is it keeping an eye on these pawns? And also there's an option sometimes to go to d6. But position shouldn't be too bad for black. I mean, even here after b3, black can just go bishop c5. And you know what's funny? What always happens? When you say one move is not particularly good for some kind of reason, then the top players, they just play it anyway. So Karjakin has just played bishop e6. And it's asking for knight g5, obviously. But I'm guessing here that his point is he will just move back to d7 now. And then go h6 anyway, which was a useful move, like we said. Push the knight back. And then say, well, I've improved my bishop position a little bit. If white now plays knight c4, h6, knight f3, we get the same position we just had, with the only difference the bishop is on d7 now instead of c8. So that is an improvement for black. And Carlsen pretty quickly just played knight c4 anyway. He doesn't bother with knight g5. Probably he saw that it's not getting him somewhere. And he goes knight c4. I'm expecting queen c7 here. You need to cover the e5 square. So you need to cover this pawn. So queen c7 has been played. Just a very natural move, connecting rooks, going out of the d file. That makes so much sense. And I like how Karjakin is treating this position. What is the time situation? What is the time, my friends? It's 18 minutes for Carlsen versus 16 for Karjakin. So they're pretty even on the clock. Pretty even. There's a question in the chat. What is the weakest minor piece for black and for white? That is a great question. And I don't really see any weak minor pieces. I mean, all of the black minor pieces are doing something. They all seem to be on good squares. The knight is having pressure on the center. And this knight can go to f4 in some lines and is also doing its job well. And for the white minor pieces, maybe you could say the bishop on f1 is not as great. Maybe would rather be on a2, but then again, the bishop can always come out later. So both sides don't really have weak minor pieces here. That's the question if I've ever played against Magnus or Sergey, against Magnus Carlsen or Sergey Karjakin. No, I have not had a chance yet, unfortunately. Hopefully in the future. So b4 was played. That's an interesting move. I had not seen this move at all. And it's, I think, good move. Because white is claiming some space on the queen side. And looks like black more or less has to take on b4. Because if you play, well, you just never want to play a move like b6. Just never. Because then your bishop is just so sad on a7. So b6 is not an option. You need to defend this pawn. You don't want to take on c4. You don't just want to exchange your bishop against the knight. So I think black needs to take. Unless there's something I'm missing. And you don't really want to take either. I mean, that's the deal here. Because here you open up this diagonal for the bishop, and white can put on more pressure against the black center on e5. So very interesting decision by Carlsen. I like this move before. It is putting on pressure on the black position. Is there anything else black can do right here? White is just threatening to take this pawn. So I need to do something quickly if I want to sacrifice it or do something else here than taking on b4. And Calling Wisdom saying that a5 is just looking weirder and weirder. Yeah, we talked about this earlier. This a5 move, 12th a5, was a surprising choice by Karjakin. What it did though, what you have to give him credits for, he got Carlsen out of his preparation, because up to this point, Carlsen was blitzing out all his moves. So that was good, but I don't know if this move was the best choice. Okay, so it seems to me black has to take, because otherwise you lose this pawn. I mean, bishop b6 is also not an option. Bishop takes c4, as I said, is not an option. So probably take this pawn. And now you're facing bishop b2. The question is, how bad is this really? But yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. You can think about b5, but white is not going to take. White is not going to take here. Since then that would open up the c file. There's no need for black to do that. Hold on, here's just, okay, that's interesting. So white isn't taking, but this is actually a position on the board. Karjakin has taken on b4 and he has played b5. But Carlsen will most likely not take on b5. That would be very surprising. And there's no need to do so. I mean, there are plenty of other moves available to him here. And the first move, of course, you would look at is the move knight a5, going after this pawn. So this is very concrete chess now. Very concrete. Okay, so this pawn is hanging. Also, there's a takes b5 in the air. Black could play a move like rook fc8, but that's not a move I want to play. I don't want to play passive moves here. I want to go active. But can I go active? That's the question. Okay, I could take on a4 for now. Could take on a4, but now knight takes c6 is an option, and follow up with b5, defending this knight. But this has to be carefully evaluated. Here black can also defend this pawn on a4 by playing bishop b3, hitting the queen, and I'm not too sure about this anymore. The queen c3, there might be even a move like this, bishop d4, and it feels not right. It feels not right to do this. So let's go back. Okay, what happens if white just takes the pawn back? What happens if white just takes the pawn? Queen takes a4. Okay, but here, now white is not threatening to take on c6 right now because there are ideas along this diagonal. So let's just say black makes any moves, and now white cannot take because of this discovered check. All right. So Carlsen hasn't gone knight e5, which looked like an interesting move to me. But he has gone knight e3. That's also very possible. The knight in many lines is perfectly placed on e3 because it is keeping an eye on this pawn, on this square f5, and there's the idea of going a takes b5. And now Karjakin has to defend against this threat of a takes b5 because this pawn is pinned. So most likely he needs to take on a4. I don't really see another good option here. He needs to take on a4. That seems like the only move. Unless there's some tricks here, like bishop d4. But I cannot believe in that. Bishop d4, no. I cannot really believe in that. White takes, plays knight f5. That just doesn't feel right. So b takes a4. Let's look at this move. Okay, rook takes a4 seems obvious. Queen takes a4 wouldn't work because of bishop takes e3, hitting the queen. And if queen takes a8, you actually don't take back, but play bishop takes c1, and black is up 2 pieces for the queen, for the rook. And Karjakin is taking his time here. What is the time situation, my friends? It's 60 minutes for Carlsen against 12 by Karjakin. So once again, Carlsen is comfortably up on the clock. And as I said before, this can be so crucial. Because time is everything in this format. You want to have enough time when it gets to really critical positions to be able to calculate and not make any mistakes. Because most mistakes are made when you're low on time. All right. So b takes a4, we say queen takes a4 doesn't work because of bishop takes e3. Black is threatening to go bishop b3 right now, so rook takes a4 seems like the natural choice. And here, what about bishop takes e3? I mean, usually this is not a move you want to play, but you can think about it here. My point is that rook takes a8, black can take on f2. Intermediate check and then take on a8, and black has won a pawn. I mean, the variation is not over, but that seems pretty good to me. And my other point is that if white takes with the bishop with the pawn, then I can take on a4, and now you have this pawn unprotected, and black once again wins a pawn. But the issue could be that white can take with the rook and have this pawn still protected. And then you have made a very committal decision. You have given up this nice, beautiful dark squared bishop, and it seems like here black is not getting anywhere. And white has a long-term edge because he has the 2 bishops. So this doesn't seem to work. Let's get back to a position. Karjakin's still thinking, and he cannot think for too long. He only has 9 minutes 45 seconds left. Not a lot. Alright, but he needs to take here. I mean, what else? What else? I think I know what he's thinking about. Maybe he thinks about taking right now. With the same ideas of bishop takes e3, then b takes a4, but once again, it looks like I can just take with the rook. No, that doesn't make any sense. So b takes a4 just seems forced, otherwise also white can get a pass pawn on the a file, protect pass pawn, and also this threat of a takes b5 is just very difficult to cope with. So b takes a4, I'm not sure what he's thinking about. And Paul is saying also, how is he not playing b takes a4 immediately? I don't know, Paul. Maybe I'm missing something. So what can black do in this position? Well, right now, what are the white threats? White threats could be attached to a move like b5 because black is in this pin on the c file and cannot take back right now. Also, sometimes there's the idea of going knight f5. Another move to be considered. And it seems to me that white definitely has some pressure here. Bishop b6 looks like a sensible move. For one, you defend the queen, and also you offer the trade of rooks on the a file. So let's say rook takes a8. Trade the rooks. But still, I mean, we've seen a lot of pieces come off, but there's still a lot of potential here. You could go knight c4 back. I like knight c4 actually. This is once again unpleasant for black because you're hitting this bishop and you're threatening to put pressure on this pawn e5. And whenever white obtains the bishop pair, that is those two bishops, then he will be better long term and can put on pressure as long as these two pawns are on the board. That's very important. These two pawns need to stay on the board because that just allows for so much more play. Wow. Karjakin still has not moved. He is down to 7 minutes now. 7 minutes against 16. Carlsen is more than twice of Carlsen's time. And I cannot repeat it and emphasize enough. He needs to play quick here. Of course, he also needs to play well. But he cannot let too much time pass because he will so desperately need it later on. So this is slowly looking good for white. I mean, white has a better position here. A little bit of pressure. Just the type of position Carlsen is pretty good in. And he has twice more time than Carlsen. And he has finally taken on a4. We were all wondering what took him so long. And Carlsen immediately replied, rook takes a4. Nexion is asking, what happens when he runs out of time? He loses the game. So that's so important. That's why it's so important to play quickly, to not run out of time and not lose the game because you run out of time. And we see this move. We do see this move. Okay. So Karjakin was calculating probably for a while, looking at this move. And we had seen this in the analysis before. It's not a move black likes to play, but maybe Karjakin felt that this gives him the best chances to deal with the white pressure. And now Carlsen's thinking. So we said earlier, rook takes a8. There's a problem that runs into his intermediate check, and black wins a pawn here. Kenneth is asking, what was the game result of game 1? That was a draw. So this is game 2. The match is still level. So you cannot play rook takes a8. So what is Carlsen thinking about here? Well, f takes e3 is also not a choice. So bishop takes e3 is the only other possible move besides rook takes, which I really much expect. Because if the bishop takes e3, black can take on a4 and take on e4 and once again wins a pawn. I mean, this line might still continue with rook c1 and white puts some pressure on this pawn, but it seems to me that white is able to defend, especially because of the b5. You have this important move. You can just take and attack the queen on a4. CKNX is asking, is this rapid? Yes, this is 25 minutes per player plus 10 seconds increment per move. So very fast chess. So this is not working out for white either. So it seems to me rook takes e3 has to be played. Rook takes e3 has to be played to keep this pawn protected. And now what does Karjakin want to do? I would guess he takes on a4 maybe once. And what is nice here, you can play knight f4. And I'm guessing this might be his idea. But then again, I'm not sure how much this is really doing. White can just go rook c3 and bishop takes f4 an option. Okay, you leave this pawn unprotected here, but on the other hand, you take on c6, and now you have a strong passed pawn on b4. So this is tremendous for white. I'm not sure what Carlsen's thinking about or what he doesn't like about the move rook takes e3, because the rook can come to c3. White is keeping everything protected right now. I don't see any drawbacks, honestly. I don't see anything wrong with this move. It seems like white is just keeping a long-term pressure here. The score so far, Bo Rudder, is 50-50. So the first game ended in a draw. And yes, we see bishop takes e3. That is very surprising to me, as I said. And I might have missed something there. Why he didn't take with the rook. So we see bishop takes e3. Rook takes a4, queen takes a4 on the board. And now black can take on e4. And actually the exact same line we saw earlier, there's an important point here that I just want to point out. Here in this line of the b5, I said black can take c takes b5, but I overlooked a trick. This is not on the board yet, but this is an important line. Here white can play this move. Very strong move, because if bishop takes, white wins the queen back and is a piece up. And if queen takes c1, white takes on d5 and has two pieces against the rook and good chances here. And Karjakin has taken on e4. So Carlsen was probably calculating this exact line and decided to go rook c1 here. That's on the board. And he's still having pressure. Karjakin down to 6 minutes. Carlsen has 12. And he has played bishop d5. We might see this exact variation on the board after b5. I mean, this must have been Carlsen's idea. Yes, he has played b5. He has played b5. Keeps on putting pressure. Now c takes b5. Here's the point, that white doesn't take on c7 when he would be down 2 pawns. But he plays queen takes e4. And this is a crucial point here. Because in this position, white is picking up the pawn on b5 next move. And okay, maybe you can hold this position. Maybe we'll see this, because all the pawns are on the same side of the board. They're all on the king side. But it's certainly no fun to play this. Certainly white can try for a long time and press for a win. So b5, very interesting continuation by Carlsen to keep on pressing. c5 is the other move that is available for black. It's not a move you really want to play, but maybe you have to, because why don't we want to play it? You give white this really strong pawn on b5. Oh yes, black is up a pawn, but that really doesn't matter right now, because these pieces of white are very well placed. And white is trying here, white is pressing. And Karjakin, he has to make an important decision. Either he defends his unpleasant endgame we saw earlier, after c takes b5, queen takes e4, queen takes c1, bishop, queen takes d5, and now you could also keep the queens on the board, but I think you want to take them off because with queens on the board, it's even more unpleasant. So you could defend this endgame, which is really no fun, especially being down to 4 minutes only now for Karjakin. This is no fun. Or you play c5, but either way, Karjakin is under pressure here due to a position, but more so, much more importantly, due to the time. He has 3 minutes and 40 seconds right now. He gets 10 seconds per move, but that is really not a lot. And he has taken on b5. He has decided, okay, my best chance is this endgame, because at least I can play quickly there. So this is on the board. Queen takes c1, queen takes d5. This is on the board. Carlsen has the 2 minor pieces, and it's not any 2 minor pieces, it's the 2 bishops against the rook. So this is now, I would say, a great winning chance for Carlsen. I mean, maybe objectively a computer can hold this, but a human, that's a whole different story, and especially a human with 3.5 minutes on the clock versus Carlsen's 13. So this will be a very hard defensive task for say Karjakin here. To hold this together, he needs to play quickly and he needs to have good nerves. Honestly, I don't think he'll make it. I don't think so. I think he will lose this one. But then again, Karjakin has surprised us many times, especially in the games 3 and 4, where he defended positions that any other player most likely would have lost against the world champion. But here, the time situation is just crucial. Like I said so many times, he's played queen c7 back. So he wants to keep the queens on the board. But this will be so difficult to defend. So difficult. I don't think he'll be able to do it. But let's not write him off too soon. He has only 3 minutes versus Carlsen's 12 minutes and 48 seconds right now. And queen takes, no, hold on. Yes, queen takes b5 on the board and rook b8 has been played. Black's getting his rook into the game. But here, I would expect Carlsen to go queen d3 because you don't want to allow this rook to come to b1 necessarily. And yes, white still needs to untangle, but the white position is pretty safe. Maybe you can go queen e4 next and then king h2, something along these lines. And this is really not a fun position to play at all against the world champion. Carlsen has gone queen d5. I'm wondering what he wants to do against rook b1 now. I'm wondering what he wants to do here. Because this pin is a little bit unpleasant. And this check isn't doing much. Well, maybe it's doing something. Maybe it is doing something because after rook b8, white could now go back to a2 maybe. And that would be a helpful maneuver. So rook b1, but then again also it looks like black doesn't have any threats. So you can just go g3 and follow with king g2 and then you have the bishop unpinned, the bishop comes into play and white just keeps on going. So what does Karjakin do? He goes rook d8, he's just further chasing the white queen and Carlsen goes to b3. Goes to b3 now. And he's ready to develop his bishop, obviously. And rook b8 back. And they won't repeat moves here. Trust me, guys. Carlsen will press this for so long. Karjakin is under 2 minutes. I mean, this is pretty much hopeless. Let's be honest. 2 minutes versus Carlsen's 12.5. How do you want to defend this position? You need to have the time later on to defend. If this was a classical game, okay, I would not write Karjakin off yet. Even though, even there, I would say Carlsen is probably going to win. But here, with 2 minutes on the clock, I cannot see him save this, really. Okay, Here he went h6. Karjakin went h6. And now Carlsen can just take all the time in the world to improve his position. Bring the bishop to c4. Play maybe g3. Play king g2 if you want to. I don't even know if you need to do this, but you can do such things. And then move around with the knight. Get the knight into play. And all black can do is just sit and watch and hope, just pray to God that he will be able to defend. That's all black can do here. More or less. There's the idea in the chat, king h7 followed by f5. Could be a black idea. You need to be careful with these moves. Yes, sometimes, okay, that could be possible, but sometimes it's also risky to expose your king further. And Carlsen plays queen d5. That's a curious move to me. He brings the queen back where it just came from. I don't quite know what he has in mind. Maybe he wants to bring the queen to e4 now after rook d8. Just go queen e4. Or you know what? He also just likes to move around. Because the thing is, with every move he makes, unless Karjakin makes a move under 10 seconds, he'll lose time. Because with every move black makes, Karjakin makes, he gets 10 additional seconds. But if he takes more than that time, then he loses time, and that is always a win for white, because the time situation is just the most important factor here. Karjakin has played queen e7. Okay. Also makes sense. Let's see the time once again. 1 minute. 1 minute. This is just no way. No way Karjakin's holding this. There's no way. And both players kind of know it. I mean, of course you still fight on. Of course you do. But you just know that in this position with 1 minute against 12, you're not going to hold it, especially since white can move around for so long. Just try, keep trying. White can play this position for 100 moves. For 100 moves, you need to defend here. White can move around now for 50 moves, then move one pawn, go g3, and then move around for another 50 moves. And the whole time, Karjakin is under pressure. The whole time he has to defend. And sometimes he will crack. He will just crack. This is just pretty much unavoidable. As good as a defender Karjakin is, he will not keep this together. I'm so certain on that. He played queen f6. According to the clock situation I have here, he has 25 seconds. He gets 10 seconds every move, but 10 seconds is... How much is 10 seconds? That's nothing. It's just nothing. So, just to make it clear, if Karjakin loses this one, the match is not over yet. The match is not over. Carlsen and Karjakin will play 2 more games. But of course, with this win, Carlsen is going to be a huge favorite. Obviously, because now, well, maybe we shouldn't call it yet, but with this win, Carlsen takes the lead and only 2 games to go. And we could even see that Carlsen wins the 3rd one, and then we don't go the full distance, obviously, because then we have already a winner. Okay, he has played g3, and rook c8 has been played. Karjakin has to play almost quickly, obviously now, because he doesn't have any time. Yeah, there are 2 more games, guys. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I mean, this game, I would call it for Carlsen. But the match is not over. And Karjakin, he has shown that he can come back. For all of you who saw the World Cup 2015, know what I'm talking about. Karjakin was playing against Svidler. And in the classical games, he was down 0-2, and that was classical games. So normal time control, and he won both games, got back into the match, and then he was behind on the tiebreaks as well several times, but he always got back, and in the end he won in the tiebreaks. But this is a different level. For one, this is Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world, and for the other, you also have the pressure here. It's the World Championship match. There's nothing above this. You cannot go higher than this. So the pressure must be incredibly high for Karjakin to defend this position, and we'll see if he'll manage, but like I said, I really don't expect him to. Okay, you don't trade queens. That would make Black's defensive task easier, and I'm actually kind of surprised that Karjakin didn't trade queens earlier when he could, because with the queens you just have to worry so much more about your king safety, and it's just really tough, really tough. Okay, so this is the position on the board, and now bishop e4 looks like a natural move to stop e4, because e4 is the threat here. But probably after bishop e4, Karjakin wants to go queen c8. That would be my guess. Queen c8, and like I said, when the queens come off, even if you lose a pawn here, even if you lose this pawn, you might very well defend this position. But even here, White is going to try. In all these positions, Karjakin is going to defend for another 50 moves at least. That's the most unpleasant part. There's no easy way out of here. There's no way out of here to equalize, to force a draw. So he will need to play for the next however many moves there are with under a minute on the clock pretty much. So can you imagine how incredibly tense this must be for him? Knowing that any mistake could cost him the game, and knowing that his position is very difficult to play anyway. And it might be objectively lost even, I don't know. I just know that in most cases here, for sure, White would win, and especially in a situation where Black doesn't have any time available to defend. So Carlsen's taking some time here. He has the time, obviously. He can also always win time on the clock by just moving quickly some moves. Like I said, there's a 50 move rule. So if you don't play a pawn move or take a piece for 50 moves, then a player can claim a draw. But honestly, I don't even know how it works here, because Karjakin, they're not writing down moves. They're not writing down moves. You can only claim a draw if you write down moves, so you know when 50 moves have been reached. So I don't even know what Karjakin would do in the, let's say, unlikely case that Carlsen just moves around for 50 moves. And so it's just an incredibly difficult situation for Karjakin to defend his position. You could also go h4 here, by the way, with the idea h5, because of the e4 you have this move, not d4. But here, once again, Black would be able to exchange queens, even though he loses a pawn. And yeah, I mean, this position you also don't want to play. Like, you don't want to play any of these positions with Black, but at least you're in the endgame. You can play quick moves and just hope to survive somehow. So Carlsen is weighing his options here. He is weighing his options, whether he should go bishop e4, maybe h4, maybe a different move. But there's this idea, at least in the air right now, that Black might go e4 next move, even though it's not winning a piece because of knight d4. Bishop e4 or h4, those seem logical continuations. Also, what about a move like knight d2? Also this move, you can also think about it, knight h4, but you want to make sure it works. Because if it doesn't work, then you're just having a bad pawn structure than previously for no reason. So this doesn't seem to be a good option for white. Because here you don't give checkmate, and then I'm not sure if this is so great. It's possible though. But also after knight h4, black can go e4, which I think is a bigger problem, and then take on h4 next move. So knight h4 not an option for white. But knight d2 seems also like a very normal move. But Carlsen goes bishop e4. He goes for this move. And queen e6 has been played immediately. Queen c6, queen e6 of course much better than queen c8. Why move the queen back to c8 if you can move it to e6? So that makes a lot of sense. And now I'm very much expecting queen h5, because this endgame, this might very much be holdable again for black, even though also no fun. Certainly white could try, but with the queens off the board, the black problems have definitely been split in half. So queen h5 I very much expect here. But then you suddenly have the queen here on h5. And yes, it looks great for a moment, but the question is, how do you make progress? And I'm not sure if Carlsen treated this position the right way. I'm not sure if he did. Because suddenly you have your queen stuck on h5. And I wonder if this is so great. Because, well, you need to get the queen out of there again. I don't know how you make progress otherwise. Okay, I mean, you have options here. Bishop f5, get the queen back. But maybe black can go knight f8 now. And if bishop f5, just move g6. And black takes on f5 next move, so you would need to take on e6. And once again, black has achieved this goal to trade off queens, which makes his position easier to defend. And with a similar idea, Karjakin moves the knight to e7. Now Carlsen's also down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So he also needs to speed up at some point. Still has more time than Karjakin. He has 48 seconds only. But whew, they definitely both need to play very quickly. It's so intense. It is so intense. Okay, knight e7 was played. Is knight g5 possible here? Is this a move we can look at? H takes g5. Queen h7, king f8. What is going on here? Queen h8, knight g8, bishop c5 check, rook e7, bishop h7. This seems winning for white, because after f6, bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes e7, white emerges a piece up. But this hasn't been played. Knight g5 looked interesting. Maybe, okay, maybe. Black can do something else there. I don't know, but we have this position on the board, and in fact, we see the queens come off. We see the queens come off. We have this position, and I think that's a huge success for Karjakin. I mean, he still has to suffer here. He still has to defend, but I'm thinking that he has much better drawing chances here than he ever had with the queens on the board. Even though he lost the pawn in the process, excuse me, he has much better drawing chance now. But Carlsen will try to play this for a long time. I mean, we might be in here for another 100 moves. I have to be honest with you guys. I would not be surprised if we see this position going on for another 100 moves. Okay, 100 is a lot. Let's say 89. White with the two bishops is definitely going to try here, but it could be that black can defend this. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if this is objectively a draw. But anything far from easy. And you know, that's interesting. Karjakin has played f6. Okay, now they're playing very quickly. King h8 on the board, king f3, rook d5, bishop g6, and he has allowed this. He has allowed this, that the bishop is coming to g6. And probably what he wants to do here, he just wants to sit and wait. He just wants to sit and wait. And maybe he's saying, okay, this is a fortress. Show me how you win. Show me, Carlsen, how you're going to win this. They're playing very quickly now. I have to make sure I'm keeping up here. Obviously, since they're both so low on time. But is this a fortress? That is the $1 million question. And it could be. It could be just black waits like this for the remainder of the game. And is saying, well, show me how you win. And I don't know right now. I honestly don't know. I don't know if this is winning for white. Carlsen doesn't win the championship if he wins this game. Morgan is asking, who's favorite in this game? It's definitely white who's playing for a win here. Definitely white. But this might be a fortress. This might be a draw. This is really a tough one. And both players are down to a minute. Wait, hold on. Now Carlsen has 4 minutes. He has plenty of time. Karjakin also has more time now. He has a minute, which is still not a lot. But going to his endgame has helped him a lot. Because now he can play the moves much more quickly. Much more quickly. And you know what? I called it. I called it already. A win for Carlsen. And I'm not too sure anymore. I'm really not sure if he's going to win this. I called it too early, I think. He might still win this, but I'm not sure. I really am not sure. Karjakin definitely has better chances now to draw than he had previously. Okay, here the rook goes to a5. If you go to e2, the bishop locks the rook out. So rook a5 on the board. Rook a5 on the board, and now it's Carlsen to move. He'll probably move his king closer. But the thing is, black's just always going to annoy the white king. Rook a7 check, king e6, rook a6 check, bishop d6. And now, just wait. Just waiting. Once again, ask white how he's going to make any progress. And Carlsen, in this position, has played the move bishop d3. And Karjakin is just waiting. He could play the move g5 here, but he's saying, I'm having a fortress. Show me how you break it. And that's what we saw in game 4 as well, where Karjakin built this fortress and he just hold it together and hold a draw out of a losing position earlier. Okay, so rook b7, king f5. The king wants to come to g6. I'm very much expecting Karjakin to go king h7 to stop that, to not allow the king to g6. No, he goes rook d7. Okay, well, that doesn't change much because white doesn't have the time to go bishop c4 check. Doesn't have the time to go king g6. And if bishop c4 check, then black will play the king to h7. So Carlsen is going bishop c2, not allowing any more bishop chasing here. And now rook b7. That's funny. There's another chasing move. Okay, what's going on here? What is going on? He has allowed the king to g6. Was that a smart idea? I don't know. I'm not sure if he should have done this. He could have gone... Well, now he can't go king h7 anymore, excuse me, because of king e6 check. So by going rook d7, he has already committed for this rook b7, king g6, rook b2, and I'm not sure if he should have done this. This is the current position on the board. Now bishop e6 hasn't been played yet, but there's a very simple plan for white to go bishop d6, and this is winning now. This is winning. White is winning here. I'm having the supercomputer running here. It says plus 128 for white, which is a decent amount. White mates in 40. My goodness, did Karjakin give it away after all in this position when he allowed the king to come to g6? He did not need to do this. He did not need to allow the king to g6. Wow. So it looked like Karjakin finally cracked under pressure. And that's what I was talking before about earlier, that this is just such an incredibly difficult position to play, because you need to defend the whole time. You cannot make a single slip. And it looks like this move rook d7 was this slip, allowing the king to come to g6. Yes, black has won a pawn, but white is so active now, and he's just going for bishop f8 at some point. In this position, king f7 is the way to go. And it still doesn't seem trivial to me here. Rook b2, let's say, trying to go rook b7. Not over yet, but this is winning for white. The question is, will Carlsen find it? Rook e2, this is the current position. The winning move here is king f7. That is the winning move. So Carlsen needs to find this move. Otherwise, it will be a draw, most likely. So here's the variation. King f7, rook b2, bishop f8, rook b7 check, king g6. And for now, black is defending, but bishop f7 is coming. Bishop f7 is coming, so you have to go f5. So you have this check on b6 after... wow. Carlsen has not played it. Carlsen has not played it. Here, bishop c5. Okay, white still has to do some maneuvering here, but he will win here. Because of Zugzwang probably. But Carlsen has not played it. He has played bishop g4, and now it's a draw again. I'm pretty certain. This is just incredible. I mean, it's just showing you these guys are humans and they're playing with below a minute or about a minute on the clock. Of course, it's easy for me to say out the win when I'm having a computer on the side showing it to me. But it didn't feel too surprising anymore with the with the king on g6. But now white cannot get the setup anymore where he gets the bishop and the king aligned. Okay, white can still try, obviously, and we might see Carlsen still win, but he has missed the immediate win there. He has missed the immediate win there. That is for sure. Wow. I mean, if Karjakin holds this, he once again proves that he is the world's greatest defender. The Houdini of chess. Even though he cracked and Carlsen had his chance, but now it seems there's no win for white anymore. Rook e3, stopping bishop b3 check, makes a lot of sense. And I think what's happening here is that black isn't even allowing this bishop to get to this diagonal. Rook bishop a2. Okay, maybe now you cannot stop it, because if you go rook e2, then bishop d3 followed by bishop c4 check. So this bishop is getting to a diagonal after all. But this is maybe not a big deal. So king h8 has been played, and if bishop a2 now, Bishop a2 now. This is still... Oh, I see what's going on. I think I see what's going on. Just rook c3. And you keep an eye on this pawn. So Carlsen's played king f7. So if we're going back to this position where Carlsen could have won by playing king f7, here it's just a much better setup for white. Threatening bishop f8, and if rook e3, then white can just go g4. And bishop f8 is next. In the current position, that is not easily possible anymore. So we have this position on the board now, rook e3. And you just don't get this setup anymore. And why not? Why can't you go bishop f5 here? I mean, to my eyes, this still looks dangerous. And he has gone bishop f5, now rook c3. This still very much looks very dangerous for black. This is not, I mean, the computer is saying it's a draw. But this is not a draw yet. g4, and here he has to find an only move to hold the draw. Only move for black is rook c6. He has to find this move. He has to find this move to draw the game. And he has played it. He has played it. Ladies and gentlemen, Karjakin has found the only move here, rook c6, to threaten this bishop, which now pretty much has to move, bishop f8 and rook c7 check. And king goes back to g6. This looks great now, but now white is in time to go king g8 in the position with the bishop e6. On the board, black was not able to do that. Now black can go king g8, push the bishop back, bishop b4, and now seems there's no progress to be made. But still not trivial, and now he has lost it. What is going on, guys? Rook b7 was a blunder, because here, oh my god, this position is just too difficult. I mean, I'm being fortunate here, seeing all the moves with the computer. This was winning, but so you need to play something else in rook b7 here. Now it is Carlsen winning again. It is Carlsen winning again. In this position, he has to go bishop f8 and now bishop c5. It's so difficult to play. It's so difficult to find. He went bishop a3 back. Bishop c5 is the winning move here. But bishop a3 back, but he's still winning. He just needs to go bishop f8 again, and he will win. But please don't ask me why exactly this variation is winning now. I guess in this line, maybe because black isn't able to go rook b6. I'm not sure. Yes, I'm thinking that's why. Because in this position, now we have bishop b6 on the board, but Karjakin goes rook b6. Now position is equal again. It's going back and forth, but so difficult to play. Both players below a minute on the clock. King f7 just to win some time on the clock. And the thing is, Carlsen can play this for a long time. Whoa! Now Karjakin can equalize completely. Here Carlsen played bishop e7. Now h5 is possible. h5, if he finds this move, he's a true magician. With so little time. He doesn't have to go for this. He can also go king h7 or something like this. But h5 and then bring the king up the board is a draw. Can he find this move? The point is, let me show you the point. You can put the king bishop on g7, but here black just takes on e7 and goes f5, and you have the wrong bishop. You have the wrong bishop. The bishop needs to be light squared for this pawn to queen. And will he play it? So this is a draw immediately. If he goes h5, it's a draw immediately. He has played it. He has played it. This guy is unbelievable. Unbelievable. My goodness. And now it will... Well, okay, I maybe shouldn't call it, but it looks like we're heading for a draw now. It just... Unbelievable. h5. And the point is, if g5 now, well, then black takes and suddenly black has a passed pawn here. So this is possible, but now black definitely has enough counterplay with this passed pawn. White has to deal with this. And if g takes h5, which was played, now the point is the king just runs up to h6. Just runs up there. Oh, he has actually played differently. He has played... Okay, that's even simpler. He's played f5, giving up this pawn, and now he's taking on e7, and this is a draw. Because this bishop is the wrong bishop. You cannot win with these two pawns. And now he will just move back and forth, and white cannot do anything. My goodness. How did he save this? How in the world did he save this against the best player in the world? This is just completely out of my mind. Nobody, I can tell you that, was betting on Karjakin after he was down 2 minutes against 12 in a clearly inferior position where white can play for 100 years. But he saved it. He saved it. So they're still playing though. This is the position now. Black has to move the pawn. And, well, he just moves to g6. And, yeah, nothing to be done. I mean, g5 is also working. But, yeah, if either way white takes and Carlsen took with the h-pawn, and it is a stalemate, black doesn't have any moves. Otherwise, he would be checkmate next move. But this is the rule. No moves to play, not in check. This is a stalemate. This is a draw. Karjakin holds this game. This is just unbelievable. I might have repeated myself here, but that Karjakin saved this game is unheard of. Unheard of. Like I said before, he was down on the clock, he was down on a position, white can play for 100 moves, and he played for a long time. And Karjakin had, Carlsen had the mate on the board, or the win on the board, but it was not trivial, not easy. And Karjakin defended just crazy, crazy. All right, so the next game will be in 10 minutes. I won't talk to Tal right now because I'm going to try to fix the live stream. So I think I need to hang up real quick. Oh, actually, I'm back here. I can use this window again. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, I will talk to Tal then. Hey Tal, can you hear me?
Yes. Are you taking a break or no?
No, actually my stream, I mean, it is a little bit unsynced, but let's keep going. I mean, what in the world just happened? Can you believe that?
What a game. Wow. I don't know how Carlsen is going to come back after such a frustration.
Yeah, I mean, this will be, psychologically speaking, this will be incredibly tough. That he didn't win this one.
Directly to the end game where he gave the f2 pawn. There's no time to waste. We're probably going to spend all our time there. It's the most interesting part.
Yeah, actually, well, you know, I had the computer not on, but on the, I saw the supercomputer, and I think, yeah, let's just go there right away. I just need to get to analysis. Let me just get there real quick. And that was
checkers if they want. I mean, it's just, they're so powerful. But I feel like here, I just mentioned so many times in the past, and even in this particular game, that it's so important to not rush when you have a winning position. You can take 100 moves, it's still fine.
I don't know. Well, obviously, okay, let me just get to the not yet, unfortunately. I'm trying to get it up.
No problem. In the meantime, I'm looking at this board, and I'll mention that the critical position, in my opinion, again, I didn't see any computer evaluation, but in my opinion, is after King G6 here. Carlsen
okay,
probably...
I got it.
You got in?
Yeah, I got the board. I see it. Okay.
So you see King G6 allowing... So here already you cannot save the f2 pawn, and you have to win by force, or it's just, in my opinion, inaccuracy.
Okay.
But I don't understand why not to put the bishop on e3, for example, or let's say put the bishop on d3, just so it doesn't get hit.
Right.
Then later on play bishop e3, and then king g6. What can black do to prevent it?
Well, what if I go king h7?
I have king g4 check, followed by king h5 and king g6.
Oh, I see. That's the plan.
Yeah, and it's very easy. It's just game over in my opinion. And I mean, it's
what
the
if
same plan with the pawn f2.
What if I put my rook on a7 somehow? Or can I not do this?
So you can put it on.
Oh no, then it's too late. Oh, I see what you mean.
Just go king d6 on every single move. Every single move. It's just finished. It's game over. It's easy. And even if black has chances, you still have the f2 pawn to console, like as a consolation. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Isn't this the position they had on the board?
Yeah, and
No.
he played king d6.
No, but
It's the exact position.
wait, hold on. Okay, so
Ridiculous. By the way, I forgot to change the board. Sorry, guys, you didn't see it. Sorry. The viewers were looking at the final position with a stalemate.
I'm sorry. No, what I'm saying is that bishop to d3 back this is where the bishop has come from. This was the position on the board. Here, Karjakin played rook d7.
Yes.
And now you're saying bishop c2, rook b7, what now?
Yes, rook b7. And now...
bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop to d3.
Oh, bishop... Well, then black goes back, rook d7. That's what they had in the game.
Yes.
The question is if you can make progress here. Because I just chase your bishop.
A very important question, and I'm not sure. Let's think for a moment. If I'm going to e4...
Then I go to e7.
And you're gonna keep attacking my rook. And if I go to c2, you go rook b7.
Well...
Wow, this is interesting. And if I go f3... I mean, I can afford to go f3.
Yeah, you could. But maybe I just go rook... Oh no. You threaten king g6 now. And if I go king h7, you go check. And then you put your king on h5. And now you're definitely coming to g6.
Yes. I think this is dead lost. I mean, compared to the game at least. It's so much easier. It doesn't matter if this other move was winning or not, because you have to find precise moves in time pressure. Oh my goodness.
You're right. I mean, king g6 was winning, in fact. King g6 is winning. But it's not... Yeah, you're right. You need to find it.
In case you know how, don't say the variation. I just want to find it.
Well, it's not really not easy.
So, exactly. So you can say it's a mistake regardless of the objective evaluation.
I guess you can. Yeah, well, I don't know. That's tricky.
Well,
That's tricky.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably it is a mistake to rush. Okay, so let's see what happened here. So I'll tell you just a critical moment. Here, well, there were several critical moments. But here, this is bishop d6 is good. But here, white could play differently.
Yes. So, I guessed it was either bishop f7 or king f7, but it's very hard to calculate. I feel like after bishop f7, you will just play rook g2 and wait, or rook e3. And if king f7, you'll just go rook b2 and try to check me from b7.
Yeah, but this is how it goes. King f7.
But then I have maybe rook b2, I can go bishop f8 and king back to g6.
Exactly, and you have improved your position.
So this is quite easy, actually.
Well, yeah, now you threaten bishop f7. Well, the line's not over yet. Black can go f5.
And now at bishop f7, you want to take in g5.
No, I want to check on b6.
So
now you need to find this move. Bishop c5. And
wow.
Yeah, this is getting tough, of course. But I mean, once you see this position on the board, where you put a bishop on d4 now, I guess, then yeah, I think black is going to be in Zugzwang at some point.
Yeah, then bishop f7 later.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can go here. Bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Now it's Zugzwang.
Oh, it's Zugzwang already.
Yeah, because if it was white to move, probably it's not winning. I mean...
Well, h5. I do have h5 anyway.
Yeah, but I mean with another move. I mean, you don't have a winning idea without me moving the rook from c7, because I always have rook c6 check.
So guys, everybody, this was the way for Carlsen to win. I mean, he had later chances as well, but this was fairly straightforward. Of course, easy for us to say with the computers and everything, but this was the way to do it.
Yeah. Wow. This is crazy.
Because here the point is, wherever you move your rook to b7 or to e7, I'll just play bishop f7. Now you don't have this check on the 6th rank anymore.
Yeah.
So what black would like to do here is not play a move at all. So you have this check on c6, but That's not allowed in chess, and whatever move you make, it worsens your position and you lose.
Yeah. And even without this Zugzwang, you still have another one with h5. This is... Yeah, but
exactly.
It's so below Carlsen's level to find such things, even in bullet, I think.
I don't know. Maybe attention also got to him. I really don't know. Carlsen...
Bishop g4 is just an admission of defeat. I think even Bishop f7 is a better try.
I don't know. But there was definitely a better way to do it. Yeah, but even... Okay, after Bishop g4 it's a draw, but still incredibly difficult to defend. And Karjakin, at least at 2 points, allowed another win for Carlsen. So let me see if I can get it together. But this is just so tough for humans to play. I mean, no doubt.
Yes.
So here, this is all only moves. And here, Rook b7 was a mistake. I mean, yeah, that's really tough. That's really tough to find. And honestly, I cannot even show you the winning variation right now. So it's just very tough, but just incredibly that Carlsen allowed this h5 move, which just draws the game immediately, right?
It's insane.
Well, I mean, we're not there. We are not under all this pressure. We're not playing with below 1 minute in one of the most important games in our career. But yeah.
Oh my God, but if he doesn't win this position, what position is he going to win? That's my question for Carlsen.
Yeah, I mean, I called a win for Carlsen like a very long time ago. When he had 12 minutes against Karjakin's 2, I said, okay, there's no way for Karjakin to defend this.
Yeah.
I'm sure you said the same thing, right?
I wanted to speak about the third game already for the last half of the game.
Me too. I was like, yeah, Karjakin, well, he needs to come back. He's just the Houdini of chess.
Well, but now it's even more interesting from the entertainment point of view, because we can get to the blitz, and Carlsen is facing with a lot of emotions. Karjakin might finally be confident for the first time in this rapid match.
I don't know. I mean, they'll also be very exhausted after this game, emotionally, and it really comes down to also who has more like energy here and who has better endurance. This is just, I mean, wow, just unbelievable. Yeah, who knows? Anything can happen. But that Karjakin saves this one is just unbelievable.
Yes. Oh, this is ridiculous.
So it seemed that one critical moment was when he went into his endgame, which, I mean, the position is unpleasant anyway, but he doesn't need to go into his endgame necessarily. He can also, at this point, he played b5, and then we got into his line where...
I think we have moves in the next game.
Oh, we do already? All right, let's go to the next game, guys. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, see you.
See you. Okay, we have moves, my friends. We have moves in game number 3. But I'm afraid to say that, I don't know. Can I get there? My program has once again frozen up on me, which is very, I'm very concerned. So let's see if I can get to game 3. Otherwise we have to stop the stream real quick and have to fix this. So let me see if this works. Yes, it works. It works. We can still keep going here without me having to restart the stream. And let me get the moves. Okay, and I need to get some water, guys, because, well, I need to drink something. So I'll be right back. All right, there I am again. We have game number 3. Well, we should have moves. My bad. Why are there no moves? Okay. I have to put them in manually, so let me do this real quick. Carlsen once again, no, Karjakin starting once again with e5, and we see once again this line. Not knight f6, excuse me. Now we have the moves. Now we do have the moves, and we once again see the 6d3 line. There we saw in 2 games of the classical match and also in game 1 of the rapid match. And Carlsen is deviating once again. He doesn't play knight b8 back, but he goes back to what he has played in game number 2, if I'm not mistaken, and he goes knight a5. Bishop e6, and here in the game number 2, Karjakin played d4, but really didn't get much. And he tries a different move, and that must be something he has prepared, because I'm sure that he has looked at this position, since it was to be expected that Carlsen would go back to this. I mean, at least otherwise you wouldn't play this unless you have prepared it. So b4, knight c6, knight d5, and knight d4. This is the current position on the board. Carlsen's played pretty quickly so far. So this is an interesting situation. The knight now coming to d4. And you know what's funny? This position is very similar to what we had in game number 11. In game number 11, Carlsen played bishop e6 right away, and it was this position. So the only difference is that here the bishop is on a2, and white has already played b4. Otherwise, the current position is the exact same. So I'm wondering who's benefiting by this insertion of moves, if that's black or white. Yeah, Nishan Tal Baron's picture will stay up there most likely, because oh, there we go. My program is working again. So I'm taking Tal out of there. See you later, Tal. By the way, for all of you, I was talking to Grandmaster Tal Baron from Israel, who's also live streaming right now, watching the games right now. And you can definitely check out his channel, his YouTube channel as well. He's also putting out some great content there. And the chat is wondering, h3 or knight takes d4. Yeah, you could play h3 to stop any bishop g4, which is the threat right now by black. But I'm wondering if you need to do this. And Karjakin goes for neither move. I would have expected knight takes d4, honestly. Doesn't look too bad, but he goes for knight g5. What is this move all about? So obviously he wants to take on e6, and maybe he wants to get Carlsen out of his preparation here with this move. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. But I think I personally would have liked knight takes d4 better. Okay. So what is black going to do now? Facing this novel move most likely. Carlsen is not playing immediately, so he has to think about his next move here. Okay, one move to consider is bishop g4. Now f3 seems very likely. And to put the bishop on h5, I'm not sure how good this is. This is always a little bit double-edged, because you allow white to go g4. But, well, by playing g4, white is also risking something, obviously, opening up his own king. So, I'm not sure if white needs to do this anyway. White could go c3 here, just push this knight back. And if knight e6, then just knight takes, pawn takes, knight e3. And you still have this bishop on the board, and this will be unpleasant pressure for white on this pawn e6. So we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I mean, bishop g4 being one option in this position, which is the current position on the board. Obviously, there are other options as well. So just to recap, so far, what has happened in this match for everybody just joining or who's just been here for a few minutes? It's 1-1. The match is still even. We have seen 2 draws. But the last game, Carlsen was incredibly close to winning. He had a winning position on the board several times. He had a clear time advantage. Every single sign was saying Carlsen is going to win this game. I had written Karjakin off already, but Karjakin once again proved to be the best defender in the world, defended the position and equalized, or well, forced a draw eventually in the end game and hold it. So incredibly exciting. I mean, what a game. And now the players have to play once again. They only had a 10-minute break. I mean, that's nothing. And have to keep going here. So that's tough. And psychologically, I mean, this must be a huge hit to Carlsen's self-esteem, I guess, because not to win this position is just unheard of for him. And it seems Carlsen, for the first time in the match, being down on the clock, 22 minutes still. A lot of time for Carlsen, and nothing to worry about as of yet. But for the first time, it looks Karjakin's a little bit better prepared here. I don't know if knight g5 is still part of his preparation, or if he found this overboard, but it certainly got Carlsen thinking here. What is he going to do against this position of threat of white just grabbing the bishop on e6? So, I mean, it makes sense to move this bishop. The question is, if you move it to g4, if you take on d5, and that's what he has done. He took on d5. Now, the white pawn structure is a little bit weakened, and you have this bishop biting on his own pawn on d5. So this is the current position on the board. And thanks for patch MCK. Alright, this is a rich position, guys. I mean, black has given up the bishop pair, but this bishop is not too effective right now, obviously, because it's just defending this pawn on d5. One question will be, what is going to happen with this knight? This knight is in a good spot right now, but can be, of course, pushed away by white playing c3. Then the knight would need to go to f5, another square where it's loose. Carlsen has played knight d7, attacking the knight on g5, and the knight most likely has to move. Because queen h5, well, black just plays h6. So Karjakin has gone knight e4. Interesting. So why does he go knight e4 and not go knight f3? Well, he doesn't want to help black, because this piece, this knight on d4, is black's problem child, so-called, because, like I said, doesn't have many squares and it's kind of hanging loose in the air. So knight e4, and Carlsen, he's feeling aggressive, I guess. He's going f5, pushing the knight away once again, and the knight retreats all the way to d2. But now this is a serious threat. White is threatening c3 and winning the knight on d4. It doesn't have any squares right now. So I'm thinking that black has to go f4, and yes, that has been played, so the knight can retreat to f5 once again. But here, I don't know if I like this, because now black has very much committed himself to his pawn structures, and you can see there's some clear drawbacks to this with this nice square for the white knight. So I don't know if I like it too much. I mean, yes, black has some attacking ideas here. Maybe he can go g5, h5, g4. We might see a very sharp game, but I don't really believe in it yet. And I don't quite like what Carlsen has done here. I like this for white. All right. House of Ham is asking, what's the rush to play f4? Well, black at this point had to go to play f4 because white is threatened to go c3 and win the knight on d4. And Earl is saying Carlsen is mad now. Yes, who wouldn't be mad? I mean, in the last game he had a big match point to steer the match in a very good direction for him. I mean, who wins the first game is going to have such a good chance to win the championship in the end. But not winning and now playing with the black pieces. Yes, he might say, okay, well, let me try and mate this guy here. But I don't see this happening, honestly. I don't see this happening. White is also having quick play here with c4 potentially. This could be a very sharp game. Let's be clear on that. I mean, it looks like that black is going for an attack here on the king side, just pushing these pawns forward and trying to checkmate the white king. Whereas white will play on the queen side, opening up files here and trying to create his own play. And it will be a matter of who comes first. Karjakin has played c3, pushing the knight back, knight f5 back. And probably you don't even play f3, because it's just allowing black to open up the white king quicker. As a general rule of thumb, you don't want to play pawn moves on the side of your board where you're weaker. In that case, black has more space on the king side and might advance his pawns here. So what you don't want to do is play your pawns there so black is not able to open up the position quicker. So you don't play f3 unless you absolutely have to. Yeah, right now, of course, f3 doesn't work anyway. I mean, I was just talking in general terms because of knight e3. But now, I would either go a5 or c4 here. I'm not sure which one, but either one is certainly what I consider. So for everybody who's just joining, this is the World Championship tiebreaks of the World Championship match. Carlsen against Karjakin. Whoever wins this match, well, not this particular game, but wins the overall 4-game rapid match, will become the world champion. So this is, of course, incredibly intense. I don't have to tell you this. One single mistake could be the end here. And the pressure is incredibly high. They're playing with 25 minutes each, 10 seconds increment per move. And right now, clock situation is 19 minutes for Karjakin against 21 for Carlsen. So time is a crucial factor, and so far Carlsen has been up on the clock in most games. In the last game he was up 10 minutes more than his opponent. So that is a really important factor here. But I don't think that Karjakin will let his time run down once again to 2 minutes or 1 minute. Because really you cannot be such low on time in most positions, since you just have to calculate and you need the time. Alright, so this is the current position. Yes, you could play a move like knight e4, and the knight looks pretty there. But I'm wondering if the knight is doing too much. And I'm wondering what happens if black just continues with his plan here to go g5. Go queen e8, go queen g6, h5, g4, and so on. I mean, it is a slow plan, but white also needs time to get his counterplay going. But of course it helps that black has played b5, because like I said earlier, don't play pawn moves on the side of the board where you're weaker, and this move b5 allows white to open up files much more quicker. Alright, so this is still the current position on the board. I'm sorry, there's no really good way for me to show you the time situation. I can just point it out to you every once in a while. And knight e4 has been played after all. Knight e4 has been played. All right. Okay. And, well, I'm wondering if you can go g5 here, but maybe there's queen h5. And now it might be difficult to make progress, because queen e8, I don't want to exchange queens here, because then I'm not going to mate the white king. And that seems like it's the plan for black. And I can also not play knight f6 because this pawn is hanging. So let's get back to the game. Carlsen played queen e8, and that's exactly the point, to stop queen h5 and to prepare his pawn onslaught. g5, h5, g4, f3, checkmate. Well, in the meantime, white should hurry to get his game going on the queen side. So go c4 and do something there, because if you wait for too long as white here, you might get checkmated. Gong is asking, they play all 4 games today? Yes, it will be decided today. This is the 3rd game. The match score is 1-1, and they will play 1 more after this one. By the way, guys, if this is the first time on my channel or you haven't been here much, feel free to check out my other videos. I'm doing a lot of chess content, and if you're enjoying the show and you would like to see me in further videos or live streams, then feel free also to subscribe to my channel to be notified when I publish new videos. I felt like I had to make a plug at some point. All right, so let's get back to the chess. What is white doing now? Okay, you can play c4. But this is giving black the square on d4 again. And let's just say, for the sake of an argument, that black's just continuing with his plan. It all seems pretty slow. I mean, you need probably to go bishop b2 to get a rook to c1. And now h5. Okay, you play rook c1. You threaten to take on b5, take on c7. I play a move like rook a7, just defend it. This seems to be too slow. I mean, the white play just seems to be too slow here. And black is quick. I mean, I'm not checkmated immediately, but I'm worried. I am worried here. If somehow white gets the queens off, everything is completely fine, I would say. Because structurally speaking, with this nice square on e4 and the bishop pair, which isn't too much of a factor here because it's a closed position and bishops like open positions. But with this structure, I think white is fine. But with the king on g1 and these pawns coming up the board very soon, I do feel a little bit worried. And Karjakin plays bishop b3. That's an interesting move. I don't know what he has in mind. I don't really know. I'm guessing he's preparing a4. That would be my best guess at this point. He wants to go a4 next. So if g5 now, probably a4, and that's a better way to go about it than to play with c4, because as we saw, there was really not a way to enter into a black position. So let's say g5, white goes a4. And now already you cannot play h5 because white takes on b5 and takes on a8. And then suddenly you have this pawn hanging on h5. That would be no good. Alright, so Carlsen goes for a different plan. He plays queen g6. So he wants to mate with his pieces. And now Karjakin goes f3. And why is he doing this? Here black has the threat to go knight h4, which would be very unpleasant to meet, because this is a checkmate threat and you would need to go g3 and you don't want to do this. So f3 has been played. And now with knight h4, another benefit of playing bishop b3, you can go rook a2, defend the mate, or you could also go rook f2. I mean, it doesn't really matter. So queen g6 was kind of forcing f3. But on the other hand, the queen is now blocking this pawn, so black will take some more time to push these pawns forward. And thanks to Thomas John for the compliment, appreciate it. Okay, so if we want to continue with this plan pushing the pawns, and I don't see another good plan for black really. Knight e3 doesn't make too much sense. You will just lose this pawn sooner or later, and you don't have any attack going anymore. And knight h4, like I said, white can just go rook f2, queen e2, many options, just defend against a checkmate. And then what is your knight doing here? Not too much. So, where to put the queen? Where to put the queen? I could put her on h5, but white will continue with his play. And okay, you could play like this, but black will still take a long time here to get g4 in. You would need to move either king h8, rook g8, or queen g6, h5. It just takes a long time. In the meantime, white could, for example, exchange one pair of rooks here, which would take some pressure off his position, but still black keeps this option or this idea of attacking the white king, and not an easy position to play really. I would rather play black here. Even though it is a sharp position, anything can happen here. But in a rapid game where you don't have that much time, you rather want to be the attacker than the defender, because the saying goes that attacking is easier than defending. So that being said, I would rather be black, but the position still seems fairly balanced. Okay, so how do we go about making progress here? How do we go about it? I mean, I could also move the queen back to f7, but once again, white goes a4. Okay, let's just go through some lines here. g5. And the time situation, as somebody is asking in the chat, is 14 minutes 50 seconds for Karjakin, 16 minutes about for Carlsen. So they're about even on the clock, and Carlsen has spent some time thinking about his move, and he has played a move we haven't considered. He has played the move bishop to h4. Excuse me. There we are, bishop h4. So what does he have in mind here? I think he wants to go bishop g3 at some point. Maybe even next move. Or prepare with queen h5. Or go knight g3, but knight g3 doesn't do much. Okay, let's just make a natural move for white, which is a4. And now let's try this move bishop g3. I mean, white doesn't have to take. White could also go h3. But if you take, then the point is that black wants to go queen h5 and checkmate. Of course, white doesn't have to allow that, but if white needs to take on g3, then it looks like black is in good shape. And if you go rook e1, then queen h5. And this threat of queen h2, queen h1, queen takes g2 seems really unpleasant to be met. Probably here though, you could defend with knight g5 and queen h5, knight h3. By the way, this is all unplugged. I'm not using any engine, so this is explaining why I sometimes make some mistakes or need some more time. And indeed, Karjakin has played a4, so it seems like bishop g3 directly isn't working, because white can just take this piece and go knight g5. Unless this knight takes, no, I don't think knight takes g3 works. So this is just defending against the mate and there's no checkmate. So Carlsen plays differently. He goes knight f6. And he might still play this later on because otherwise I don't know what this bishop is doing here in h4 really. I don't know what this bishop is doing there. So he's going knight f6. And the question now to white is, how are you going to make progress here? Because yes, you can take on b5. But then, well, exchange a pair of rooks, but that doesn't help white. It doesn't help the white position. And thanks to James Monaco, and I hope it's okay, I'm not commentating on this in German. I've seen some comments earlier that people want me to commentate on German, which I would also like to do if I could clone myself, duplicate myself, and do it at the same time. But since we're not quite there yet with technology, I'm doing it in English because in that way so much more people can understand what's going on and watch, and I will just be understood by so many more people. And thanks also to Norm B. Greetings to Ontario, Canada. Okay, so this is the current position on the board, and I'm not too worried about the black threats yet, but then again, I don't see what I'm going to do here. And this is another idea. You could try to get this knight to g3, maybe. Or also, you can think about knight g3, which might be an idea. Because let's say white plays some move. What random move could we play here, friends? I'm struggling to find a random move. Okay, let's play rook a3, knight g3. And the point being that now I have to take, because if I move the rook, then knight takes e4 wins the exchange. So this is quite an interesting setup. And after h takes g3, we have the same idea again. Black wants to checkmate. Checkmate with queen h5 and queen h2. And what is white going to do against it? Well, this plan once again works not via g5, but once again bring the knight to h3. But these variations are in the position, and white needs to be aware of them. Queen e2 played, which makes sense. And still, knight g3 you now have to take, but as we have just seen, it doesn't work because after bishop takes, just knight f2 and knight h3 defending. But black can further prepare this. He could, for example, go queen h5 here and now threaten knight g3 maybe. So white has to be aware of this the whole time. But Carlsen, this is interesting. Suddenly he plays all the way on the other side of the board. He goes a5. This is interesting and surprising to me. This is surprising. Carlsen's playing quick, people are saying in the chat. Let's see the time situation. 10 against 16, so once again, as in the previous two games, Karjakin is considerably lower on the clock, 6 minutes behind, which is a lot in rapid games, as time is such a crucial factor. So a5, what's the point? If white takes on b5, that wouldn't be a good idea, because here black's opening up the square for the knight to come to d4, and the knight is just tremendous on d4. So I'm thinking that white probably has to take on a5. And I'm somewhat confused by this because I thought that black would keep the queen side closed as long as possible and playing on the king side where he has the space advantage. But this is interesting. This is interesting. Rook takes a5 now, probably his idea. And now I cannot. Black's probably threatened to go rook f8 and go after my pawn. And right now my pawn is pinned. I cannot take on b5. So probably bishop b2. to defend the rook. So if rook fe8 now, I can take on b5. And that wouldn't be good for black because now he's losing a pawn. Okay, so rook takes a5, bishop b2. Okay, black doesn't have to take and play rook fe8. He could also take on a4. But I don't know. Oh, hold on. This square can be used now. So this is Carlsen's idea. If the bishop goes to b2, then he can bring his knight to e3. So that's what he has calculated, and that's how he's posing problems. And you don't want to see this knight coming to e3. I mean, you could, but you don't. You just don't want to see this knight coming here, where black is having ideas to checkmate, and the knight is just super strong. This pawn is hanging on d5. You just don't want to see this. And Luke is pointing this out as well. Yeah, thanks for pointing it out. Very true. So if bishop b2 doesn't work, what do I play then? What do I play? If I play bishop d2, maybe I can go c4 here. Maybe. I mean, this looks sketchy. I don't want to give up the square on d4, but maybe I can. Maybe I can do this. Because I'm threatening to take the rook now, and I'm threatening to win a pawn. So this might be possible. I mean, knight d4, I can still go queen d1 back, defend my bishop. But actually here, knight takes b3 looks good for black. Oh, hold on. Bishop takes a5. No, I don't like this. I don't like this, and if I take the knight, then black can just take on a4 with the rook over the pawn, and he's up a pawn. I mean, still, that might not be clear because this might not be clear yet, but we return to the game in which Karjakin has taken on b5. Alright, so what does he have in mind after a takes b4? I mean, this looks unpleasant with the knight definitely coming to d4 here. Okay, it looks like to me a rook trade is more or less forced. I mean, you could go bishop b2, but then again, you give up the square on e3. And you just don't want to do this. This is not the last game for everybody. This is game 3 of 4 rapid games to be played. And there will be more games if after the 4 rapid games it's still even. Right now the score is 1-1, but nothing is guaranteed that it's going to be still even after 4 games. So this is the current position on the board. What did Karjakin want to do here? Okay, rook takes a8, let's say. Rook takes a8, rook takes. I mean, is he just going to take this pawn? This kind of seems nuts with this pawn structure, but white is up a pawn for now. Just doesn't feel right. Knight d4, queen d1, rook a1. Black is so active here, now threatening rook takes c1 maybe. Just doesn't feel right to play like this. And the clock situation is 5 minutes to 16. So once again, Karjakin down on the clock in a seemingly worse position, to my mind. It's going to be tough once again. I mean, 5 minutes against 16 is just such a huge difference. Carlsen is playing so quickly and he's playing well as well. So this is not going well for Mr. Karjakin. He has played bishop d2. So after b takes c3, bishop takes, knight takes c3 would allow knight d4. But here you allow knight e3, which is also not a lot of fun. I don't want to allow this knight coming to e3. Even though maybe it's not too bad, but it just doesn't look right. Just doesn't look right. And I'm wondering if black can just take this pawn off here. Knight takes d5. Yes, I am in a pin right now, but my next move is king h8, and I don't see a way for white to exploit this pin right now. Bishop d2, king h8. So let's go back. So b takes c3, bishop takes c3. Well, but this is dropping a pawn. So what else can I do? Oh, I could... No. Well, even here I could still take on f6. But this is once again not a move I want to play. Because I like my knight on e4, and this is also opening up the diagonal for the queen again. And b takes c3 is on the board, and is knight takes c3 at all an option? No. Knight d4 just wins on the spot. So he has to go bishop takes c3, and he has done so. Because here, black just takes on a1, takes on b3, and game over. So bishop takes c3 on the board. And this is the current position. And now knight e3, it looks like I have to take on f6. Because if rook somewhere, then black can just take. Unless I'm missing something. Do I miss something here, guys? Knight e3 has been played. Knight e3 has been played. And I think white needs to take on f6 now. No, he has played rook fc1. What does he want to do after knight takes d5? What does he want to do here? What am I missing? Is there this move? Is there this move? Really? I think that's the move that I'm missing. Maybe. I think that's what I was missing. That's his plan. Devious plan by Karjakin, setting a devious trap. Yeah, that's very nice. Because here, white has two minor pieces, knight and bishop and rook against the queen. This pawn is not going anywhere. E2, it's not even threatening anything. And white has complete control over the light squares. So this is pretty good. Okay, maybe you shouldn't allow queen h6 here. But if you just play a move like something else here, like bishop d2 maybe, then it seems to me white is in very good shape. So this is the idea. Very nice. Very nice. Queen takes e3. So that's why knight takes d5 isn't possible. Because queen takes e3, rook takes a1. There's this intermediate check. And otherwise we'll have this position where white has three pieces against the queen and is better. So nice tactic by Karjakin, but the thing is, Carlsen doesn't have to go for this, and Karjakin down to 5 minutes, with the position still pretty complex. By the way, just to point out, if black takes on a1 first, now knight f takes d5, I cannot really believe in this, because here there's queen a2 as well, and you're really in this pin. And bishop d2 just seems to be winning a piece here. Because yeah, this pin it's a double pin pretty much. You have the queen pin, or well, not the queen, but you have the queen behind the pin and the king, and you cannot get out in time and you lose a piece. So that's why knight f takes d5 doesn't work. And Carlsen has actually taken on a1. So we see this position on the board. He has taken on a1. That's interesting. Giving white the a file. I mean, the rook is ready to swing into action now. By the way, if black ever takes on e4, white of course takes with the d pawn. You don't want to commit suicide and take with the f pawn because after f3 you can just resign on the spot. And queen e8 has been played. That's an interesting move. So he's going after a b5 pawn seemingly. He's going after a b5 pawn. Well, what happens after bishop c4? Can I not just go bishop c4 here? I don't see anything wrong with this move right now. If knight takes e4, I take with the d pawn and I can still take. And he has played bishop c4. Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. You protect the pawn and black can still not take on d5 because of this pin. Oh, can he? Can he play this move now? The point is that after queen a2, black can take on c4. And after queen takes c4, play now queen f7 and then pin the knight next move. But even here, to me, it seems like white has enough play. Rook a7, the knight becomes very active. And if the knight now moves, the rook becomes very active. And if the knight now moves, black can take on c7. And if knight takes c3, just knight takes c3. And this is completely fine for white. White is probably better here with the good control of the light squares. And knight takes knight takes c4 first. Well, I can even take on f6, but there's nothing wrong with d takes c4. And after knight takes e4, I can just take with the queen. And I would love to play this position. Now, black is not going to do anything like that. No need to take on c4 or e4 here. But then the question is, what is black going to do? He played king h8. Okay, that makes sense because now he's threatening to take on d5 and threatening to win a pawn. And if I force white to take on f6, I've always gained something here as black. So white really doesn't want to take on f6. The knight is beautiful on e4. But now you have to answer this question, what to do about this pawn. If you now play queen a2, what can black do? What can black do here? Queen a2 seems very possible. Just defend this pawn. What's the time situation? It's 3.5 for Karjakin against Carlsen's 10.5, so 7-minute difference. Once again, Karjakin under pressure. This time with the white pieces even. And so far, Carlsen has been much better in this rapid match. Not being worse at any point so far, and of course completely winning in the second game, which miraculously Karjakin was able to hold to a draw. Okay, queen a2, you're saying queen f7. Yeah, probably black's just putting on more pressure on this pawn. But maybe I could go bishop d2 now. And black cannot take on d5 because here I take this one and win a piece. And here I take this one and win a piece as well. So, but maybe now something like this is possible. And if d takes e4, then knight takes e4, f takes, and f3, and I would be very worried for white, for my king's sake. And that looks crushing. And if I play queen takes c4, then this pawn is gone. And this time, I'm not sure how much compensation I have here. I might still have some. But anyways, Karjakin played the move that I said you really don't want to play, but maybe you have to here. He took on f6, so he's exchanging one of the attackers of the pawn. But on the other hand, he has, well, not this beautiful knight on e4 anymore. And his pawn structure is still crippled, obviously. And now he played interesting move, rook a3. Is that right? Yes, rook a3. What is this move all about? What is this move all about? Tough to say for me, honestly. Why doesn't he go something like rook a7, which would be a more active move? Oh, there's e4 in this position. And the exchange of bishops. I'm guessing this must be why. Even though, hold on, bishop takes f6. If e takes f3, we have an intermediate check and a second one, so that can't be good. And if rook takes f6, then yeah, maybe rook g6 is the problem here. That could be a problem. This is very sharp though. I mean, this is very sharp. But yeah, something like that. Maybe he just wants to defend the bishop prophylactically, so there's no e4 possible. It's still possible, but white would just take now. And then black could take on c3, rook takes. And black can still do this. I mean, he has nice compensation here. And probably Carlsen is considering, yes, he has played it. He has played e4, giving up this pawn. We're probably heading exactly towards this position. Okay, white needs to take with the d-pawn. And Carlsen probably also playing this knowing that Karjakin doesn't have much time on the clock and has to defend now, and it's uncomfortable with the knight on e3, which he can never get away after the bishops have been exchanged. Yeah, this is a very smart practical decision. I don't know how good it is, but it looks pretty good. It looks pretty damn good. So this will most likely happen. Takes, queen e5. The queen just beautiful on e5. Black has nice control over the dark squares. And yeah, this is on the board. And rook c1 has been played. Rook c1 has been played. And once again, Carlsen putting under pressure. Karjakin with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Damn, you don't want to play these positions against the world champion. I can tell you that much. This is very tough. It's not as tough as the last game, that's for sure, where he was just down on material and down on the clock. Here he's at least up on the material, but positionally speaking very difficult because black has so nice control over the dark squares, and the knight perfectly placed, the queen perfectly placed, the rook perfectly placed on the a file, and white has to defend here. And Karjakin, 2.5 minutes, once again, has to defend, and that's just no fun. If you have to defend every game and clinging onto your life to stay into this match. I mean, if he loses this game, it's pretty much over. If he plays with black in the last game, of course he would try, but it's so much harder to win with black than with white. So he can really not lose this game. Alright, so for everybody tuning in, the match score is 1-1. The first 2 games have ended in draws. So this game number 3 of 4 total rapid games. Rapid games means 25 minutes per player, 10 seconds increment per move. That is, with every move they play, they get 10 additional seconds. So they never really run out of time as long as they're playing moves quickly. And Carlsen here sacrificed a pawn just now and putting on pressure on his opponent. And he has all the trumps on his side. Better time, better pieces. Just material-wise, he's not better. But certainly an uncomfortable position to play for Karjakin. So h3 was played, h6 makes a lot of space. It makes a lot of sense because it makes space for the black king, no background checks, and king h2 by Karjakin. And now queen d4 has been played by Carlsen. And this is not threatening anything right now, but just making moves and just asking white to make a move in return. And with every move, the white clock is ticking down. And not comfortable to play this with under 2 minutes now for Karjakin, whereas Carlsen still has 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And he has just defended the last game for a very long time. Now he finds himself again in a defensive situation. This is tough, very tough for Karjakin here, who is under pressure and needs to find good moves to stay in the game. Okay, what can you do here? You can probably just move the bishop, which would also create a threat of rook takes c7. That's good to have threats. But even then, you cannot even be sure if you can take this pawn because black might enter with the rook. But I think you can because you have some counterplay, rook c8 and e5. So bishop d3 might be possible, but queen e1 has been played. Queen e1, and I think Karjakin wants to simplify by bringing the queen to c3. And that makes sense to me. What a fancy move, by the way. Hold on. Knight takes c4 is possible, but then queen b4 must be his idea. That's... You really need to have nerves out of steel to play this move with about a minute on the clock. Crazy. Crazy that he plays like this. And Carlsen, he doesn't take on c4. He doesn't want to exchange minor pieces, but he goes queen b2, threatening checkmate. And now Karjakin immediately goes bishop f1 back. But look at this position now. This has not gone well for white. What is going on here? White has only one move to stay in the game. I mean, knight takes g2 is the threat, and you only have one move to go here. But this development where black was just able to activate his pieces right now, this is bad news for Karjakin. Very bad news, and he's down to a minute now. I'm almost getting there where I'm gonna say again that Carlsen will not defend this. But I said in the last game already where, well, I don't know which position is worse. This looks really bad. This looks really bad because all the black pieces are active. Knight takes g2 is a threat. The only move is rook b1 to chase the queen when you don't have time to take on g2. But the queen can just drop back to f6. And next moves will be queen g5. And how do you defend against this? Probably rook d1? No, rook d1 doesn't work. I want to put my rook on d2. So how do I defend against this queen g5 move? Oh my goodness. Karjakin down to 20 seconds. 20. I think here he's going down now. Here he is going down. I mean, rook b1 is the only move. And then queen f6 here, bishop e2 is the only move. Karjakin has to play a move. And he took on c7. He took on c7. That is just losing. That is just losing completely. Okay. This one Carlsen will take. He has 7 minutes on the clock. Let me get to a position. Sorry, guys. He took on c7. He had to go rook b1, but even then the position remains very difficult. But here, Karjakin is going down. Carlsen has played rook a1 quickly. He had time, but he didn't need to spend any time because he saw rook a1, just wins on the spot. I mean, what are you going to do? This is hanging on f1. If you move the queen, knight takes f1, it's just checkmate. There's no counterplay. You can give one check. King goes to h7, so I expect Karjakin to resign here. He has resigned, in fact. Rook takes c7, and we see it here. Under time pressure, he's cracking. He needs to play rook b1, but even then, you wouldn't like to be in Karjakin's shoes, no doubt. I mean, this is incredibly hard. And yeah, with low time, it is not surprising that he cracks and makes a mistake. Maybe white can try and defend. Maybe a computer can hold this, but a human, very difficult.
Niclas, can you hear me?
Yes, what's up, Tal?
Oh my goodness!
So I'm speaking once again to GM.
This particular one. Let me. I forgot to prepare the PG and I got so excited. I even promised myself I'll do a Trump imitation if I get to see Carlsen win.
Really? Okay, well, let me introduce you first once again to everybody who's just joined us. Grandmaster Talbaron from Israel. He also is live streaming right now, also has a YouTube channel. And we're just quickly going to talk about the game in between this break. So in about 10 minutes, the next game will be up, game 4, in which Karjakin has to win with the black pieces to equalize the score. If he doesn't win, Carlsen will be the new and old world champion.
Indeed. I hope my viewers heard it as well. I couldn't put it in better words myself. And, well, I promised some drama. This was dramatic, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, well, Carlsen's just playing so well. You have to give him that.
Wow, his nerves in this game after the previous draw, I mean, this is world champion material, yeah?
This is absolutely worth of, yeah, definitely. This is Carlsen at his best. I mean, he didn't give Karjakin any chance, and beautiful pawn sacrifice, keeping the pressure, and then Karjakin cracked because he was once again low on time.
So here we have the analysis board finally. So Niclas,
all right.
Do you see the board?
Let me get there. I'm also
okay,
not
so I'll wait for you in
attention.
a moment, and it might be even more dramatic with the Karjakin win. So we have, and Karjakin is going to have to play for a win with black. Finally, something else than the Berlin.
Yeah, we might see the Sicilian finally, but it will be incredibly tough, obviously.
Maybe we'll finally see the fried liver attack taking place.
I wouldn't expect that necessarily. For all of those watching, that's a rare opening.
I forgot to introduce you, but probably they know you already. Grandmaster Niclas Huschenbeth from Germany also has his own YouTube channel. I should have put the link in the description, but
I didn't do it either.
Yes, so just write. You see the names below the camera or the picture. Just type the names if you want and see Niclas' name and see his channel. He has some pretty cool stuff and yeah, probably much cooler than my channel at this point on all different variety of topics. And well.
Yeah, same to you, of course. For everybody watching, check out his channel. He has some good stuff. He's putting out a lot of material. So he's up and coming. He just recently started his channel. So you definitely want to check that out. Just Grandmaster Talbaron from Israel. Very strong player. So keep an eye on him. All right, let's get into the game.
Yes. So pawn on d6. You see the position?
Yeah, I do.
So let's just skip to the interesting part once again. So this is all main theory that we saw even in game number 2. Now, b4 is a new move by Karjakin, and as I mentioned, this position was, move knight d4 is, I think, actually a novelty.
Oh, really? Yeah.
If I'm not wrong. Already, by Carlsen. In the only game that reached this position, I believe it was some game between Sadzikovsky and Gledura.
Okay.
There was a different move by black, a5, I believe. Maybe it was also after knight d4, but there was a5. So probably here after the move knight d4, knight g5.
Knight g5 is interesting. Yeah, I didn't see this move coming.
Yeah, me neither. And it seems like preparation, and it felt like it was the main line, but both players are out of book, probably.
Probably, yeah.
And I have to give it to Karjakin. He finally created some extremely unbalanced and complex position.
That is true.
One.
Yeah.
And he deserves respect
credit
for this. And I have the feeling it's because he realized he had to push for a win with white after what happened in the previous game, which is probably was backfired in a way.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, Carlsen found an interesting way to play here.
Yes, and this move followed by f5, f4. Maybe knight e4 is already inaccurate. Maybe you want to go knight h3 and prepare f4 with white.
Maybe.
To avoid closing the queen side like this.
Yeah, could be very true. And because then it just seems like it's a more comfortable play for black.
Yeah. I thought I would choose white, and right after I saw the move f4 being banged on the board, I immediately started to prefer black. Just simply no counterplay for white. And or at least it's very slow and you can start attacking on the queen side. And well, here I think what Carlsen did was absolutely masterful because he could play g5, but he just decided to provoke f3 first and then prepare a5 for himself instead of going for the throat and taking risks. And this is something I would probably not guess myself too.
Yeah, I didn't see a5 coming at all. I mean, it looked like Black was playing on the king side the whole time, and suddenly he plays a5. That's just incredible.
Yeah, and actually the second before I played queen g6, I suggested a5, and then after he did and he played f3, I suddenly forgot about it.
Right.
And it's such, you need to have this broad look at the entire board at once. It's some skill that very few people possess, grasping the entire board without looking at a single.
That's right.
point.
Most players would just focus on the king side and push the pawns forward there, but he saw that a5 was a good way to open up the a file in his favor and create some play there.
Yes.
So let's get to that point.
Yes. So bishop h4 and now knight f6. And this is probably the critical moment where Karjakin went wrong. I think, at least practically speaking, queen e2 seems like the critical, practical mistake in the game.
Yeah, after that, but already it feels like his position is more difficult to play because it seems there's no clear plan for white, really.
Yeah, and well, I don't even know how to describe what happened next. So, but I would just suggest for white, in retrospect, of course, I didn't see it coming, to just develop the bishop to d2 probably, or take on b5 and then develop the bishop.
Right.
And then, like, of course, rely on some exchange on the.
Yeah, maybe
side.
go rook a5 at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just try to simplify the game, bail out, as I like to say, in this particular match.
Right. All right, so let's see what happened. Queen e2 and now a5, which was really unexpected. So I was wondering, what if b takes a5? Rook takes a5.
Rook a5.
Yeah, and now rook fe8 is coming.
Yeah, and if bishop b2, then the e3 square is
Exactly, you don't want to leave that open. So I was looking at bishop d2, but then also rook fe8 and c4 just allows knight d4. That's the problem here for white. All right, so let's go back and see the game. So it looked like Karjakin did what he could for a long time to keep his chances.
I think instead of AB, probably a better move might have been just to develop the bishop and hold passively, like this, and then wait. But probably AB4, I just have to transpose with AB.
Yeah, you probably have to, yeah.
Probably. So anyway, here there's not much to mention. Maybe here I actually thought it was more practical to take and go rook a1. I don't understand why he avoided it.
Good point, yeah. I don't know. It's a good question.
And afterwards, it seems like rook fc1, and once again, I offered rook ab8 to keep the pieces on the board and then try to slowly press, but Carlsen didn't care about what I said. And played queen e8. I think it's an amazing move.
It is, yeah. It is. This is the strongest move. He played just amazing in this game. I mean,
the strongest move. Oh my god, queen e8. And this queen g6 was a masterful move to prevent f3, and then the queen did its job and went back to clean up the queen side.
Yeah, this was just a masterpiece by Carlsen. I mean,
yeah, and king h8. Once again, I didn't see a refutation of knight fd5, but what's even the point of giving counterplay when you can just go king h8?
Well, knight fd5, queen a2, right?
Yeah, I calculated it, and I couldn't see a direct way for white to.
Oh, okay, you play like this.
But probably this is already a good counterplay with knight d6.
Yeah, probably this is sufficient counterplay. Yeah.
Yeah. So just king h8, and now actually I thought gf was very interesting.
Oh, gf, yeah, that looks good at first sight.
Yeah, and rook g8 next, and if bishop d2, then suddenly knight f5 again, threatening knight d4 maybe. So then rook g8 later, and it looks very risky for white, but Carlsen didn't care about it. Just goes bishop f6.
Yeah.
And
he saw probably this idea e5, and white really can't prevent it. So he was like, okay, I'll go for that.
Yeah, but I felt like it might not have been the best. I thought h6 first.
Oh, hold on. The new game is going on. We have to stop.
Okay.
All right.
The game has started.
Okay.
So here black was better and won. Let's go back to the game and see you soon.
See you soon. Okay, guys. We're so caught up in this masterpiece by Carlsen that he won that we forgot about game 4 for now, which has just started. Karjakin needs to win to stay in this match. If he doesn't win this game, Carlsen will be the old and new world champion. So what is the opening? We finally see the Sicilian, and let's see what Carlsen opts for. He goes for f3 here. Interesting, to probably also surprise his opponent and have a very solid position, because here white plays with c4 and keeps a good grip on the center. Now a5 has been played, bishop e3, a4, knight c1. Yes, black is gaining some space on the queen side, but the white position is just so solid with these two pawns keeping complete control over any d5 break. Let me just take Tal out of the picture again. We'll see him later. Definitely, well, obviously a good choice by Karjakin to go for c5, to go for a Sicilian, which is the move you play if you want to play for a win. And it seems also a good choice by Carlsen to go for this line where it seems really solid. And black has to show how he's going to break through. But this is certainly a position to play for. And this is not like a Berlin where you can just sign the score sheets right after your opening and you can agree to a draw. So we'll see a fighting game here, that is for sure. And this might be the last game of the World Chess Championship. Karjakin needs to win to stay in the match. Alright, this is the current position. Knight c3 has been played. Okay, and Karjakin's move now. Natural moves would be to bring the knight out to c6, queen goes to a5. Actually, right now you could play queen a5 with the idea of going a3, which white needs to prevent. But white just goes queen d2, protecting the knight on c3. And black's counterplay really needs to be connected to playing on the dark squares and maybe getting b5 in at some point. But not easy to crack open the white position, certainly. Not easy. And Karjakin, one thing he needs to do for sure in this game, unlike in all the other 3 games he has played, he needs to play quicker. I mean, that's what cost him also the last game. Of course, it was also due to Carlsen putting on pressure on him because he was playing well, especially in the last game. It was quite a masterpiece by Carlsen, playing very strong moves throughout the whole game. But somehow Karjakin cannot allow himself to get down to 2 minutes again so early when Carlsen still has 7 or 8. So queen a5 played. I'm expecting queen d2. You could also put the queen on d3, but just seems more natural to play queen d2 when you also have a move like knight d5 available, potentially to take the queens off. And every exchange for white is welcome because he just needs a draw. He just needs a draw to become world champion. The score is 2-1 for Magnus Carlsen because he has won game 3. And all he needs here with the white pieces is a draw. So queen d2 seems to make a lot of sense to me, to potentially just go knight d5 next move. I mean, you don't have to do it either. You don't need to trade queens like that. But it feels to me that would... and queen d2 has been played. That would be an easy way for white to go into an equal endgame. I think bishop d8 might be a move here. because the bishop is often the problem in the black position. You want to improve it. But still knight d5 seems quite possible. And knight d5. And what to do here? I mean, if knight takes d5, just c takes d5. White has a space advantage. Not much to do here, it seems. You can go knight a6, for example. But for example, knight d3, I mean, this looks completely fine for white. Not anywhere close in any danger. So how do you stop even knight d5? I mean, it seems this move's just coming. Well, maybe what you need to do here is keep the queens on the board. So you need to keep the queens on the board. Otherwise, you can just, well, more or less shake hands already. So the only move to keep the queens on the board is queen c7. And here, black maintains play. I mean, this is not that clear. With the queen retreating and then the bishop coming to a5. Yes, that's possible. So, excuse me, went to the wrong game for a moment. Bishop d8 seems possible, and I don't think white would take on d6. I mean, he's still with his king in the center, not fully developed yet, so this seems fairly dangerous to play knight c6, maybe bishop b6. No, white would not do this. So I like this move, bishop d8. Because here after knight d5, knight takes d5, white cannot trade queens because black's taken back with check, and then, of course, is up a piece. And if white just plays a normal move, like bishop e2, then bishop b6. And black has achieved something, going to trade off the dark squared bishops. So, I like bishop d8, knight b5 is another move. Maybe knight b5. Maybe knight b5. Because this seems to force the queen trade. If queen a6, most likely white can take now on d6. He also has the threat of c5 unless black picks up the queen. So that wouldn't be good. So probably not knight takes d6. Queen takes d6. But this is once again not what you want as white. You don't want to be in such a position where you give black play. You don't want that. So this is the current position, and Karjakin taking his thing. I was just emphasizing that he needs to play quicker, and already he is down 5 minutes on the clock, 19 versus 24. So this is not good. This is not good. Not good news for Karjakin, and if Carlsen doesn't lose this one, then he will be world champion once again. And after this performance in the Rapid Games, it would be absolutely deserved. I mean, we haven't seen this final game yet, but in game 2 he was completely winning. In game 3 he played a great game of black, beat Karjakin with the black pieces, and he wasn't in any danger so far in this match, just playing tremendous chess, showing his best here. And unless he messes it up here, which could happen, he will be once again the world champion. Karjakin has 18 minutes left on the clock. I'm wondering what he doesn't like about bishop d8. Because otherwise I don't see a good way to stop the queen trade, which is threatening here. White is going knight d5. So he has played knight a6. Why knight a6? And what does Karjakin want to do after knight d5? Here he has to trade queens. There's no choice. Queen d8 is bishop b6. That just can't be right. I mean, I guess you could do it, but why play the queen to a5 anyway? That doesn't make any sense. So you have to trade queens. You have to trade queens, and you have to trade on d5 as well, pretty much. Bishop d8. I don't believe that. And just c takes d5, and how is black going to win this? Okay, bishop d7. Okay, maybe you can do something here, but it just seems unlikely to me. The white position seems very solid. I mean, black can try, certainly. He has the break f5 as well. Okay. There's still some play left, let's put it like that. Knight d5 is an option, but Carlsen also doesn't have to desperately try to simplify the position. I mean, he's in no need to do it. He can just continue his development. And he does. He just plays bishop e2 and knight c5 on the board. Because he can also always play knight d5 later. For example, right now. Or he can castle and threaten knight d5 now with the intermediate check. So that also looks very sensible. So I don't like this plan by Karjakin putting a knight on c5. I think it was time to put the bishop on b6 as long as he could, because now the bishop seems to be just stuck on e7, just being bad, just being a bad bishop, only task defending a pawn on d6. So position just seems more comfortable for white, and castle is on the board. Now, as I said, knight d5 is a threat, kind of, because black would need to play queen d8 back. And this is not going well in Karjakin's favor. This is live. The score is 2-1 for Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, and as it looks like right now, also the new world champion, new and old, because he's leading and this position is looking good for him. Karjakin played bishop d7. He ignored knight d5. When actually it's not too bad of a threat. I have to correct myself because black can just take on d5 since his queen is threatened on a5. So white could go knight d5, but once again, no need to do so. You can also just play something else. But as long as the position is full of pieces like that, Karjakin will be happy, because as long as there are enough pieces on the board, he can still hope for a glitch by Carlsen. And right now we've only seen one pair of pawns being exchanged, so a lot of action still. But what is in Carlsen's favor is, for one, he's playing quickly, he's playing confidently, and his position seems pretty easy to play, or at least it seems pretty comfortable. He played rook b1, nice move, stopping any a3, and also saying, well, I do have this idea to go b4, let's just make a move for black, and then white goes b4, and is threatening to push the knight from c5. So this makes a lot of sense, and white just seems comfortable here, completely comfortable. I don't see any ways for black to pose many problems. I think really early he should have chosen a different plan. That is, the challenger, say Karjakin. He needs to win this game to stay in the match at all. Rook b1. The simple idea is to go b4. And really no way for black to stop that, unless you go knight a6 back, but that can't be right. You'd really like to improve this bishop and exchange it against the bishop on e3, but you can't do it. I mean, here now White would probably just take on d6, threaten the pawn on e5 as well. Now it doesn't work anymore. Now White is completely developed, has his king castled already. So no time to do that and give a pawn like that. So it's tough for Black to do something here. Anyway, it feels like. And Karjakin is probably already, well, wondering how you can still keep on posing problems. I mean, we have a full board, but the options for Black are limited. You see, there's no pawn break in the center, no d5 possible because White is controlling it with both pawns. So rook fc8 has been played, which is a sensible move, of course. Put in the rook here, but well, maybe White can still go b4. But then again, it's also a question, what if White doesn't go b4? What if White just plays something else? I don't see a way for Black to open up the position right now. He would need to somehow prepare this break b5, but difficult to prepare because White is having a lot of control over the square. And Carlsen went b4 rather quickly. He's playing well and quickly. I mean, this is just a deadly combination. Not only playing strong, but also making his moves quickly, putting pressure on Karjakin, who's down on the clock already by 6 minutes. And that has really been the most important theme in this rapid match, that Carlsen was so much quicker than Karjakin, putting him on pressure on the clock in every single game. Well, except for game 1 really. But in the games 2 and 3, Karjakin was under much time pressure, and that's when he went wrong in game 3, where he could have still defended. But with not a lot of time on the clock, he made the decisive mistake. And queen d8 back. The queen has to retreat as the threat of b4. So queen goes back to d8. And White will probably just claim more space here. Just go b4. Why not? Just b4. Knight has to go back. And knight b3. And just beautifully works out for White. Watch how all the White pieces are now in good squares. White is having a nice space advantage. It's not clear to me how Black will create any problems here. But Carlsen hasn't gone b4. I don't know. I'm not quite sure why. He went knight d3. Which is equally fine, of course. And knight e6 has been played. Karjakin trying to keep as many pieces on the board. But now knight b4 looks quite good. And knight b4 has been played immediately. Carlsen playing so quickly and so well. I mean, this looks like Karjakin won't have any chance at all here to do anything. The knight coming to d5 now. There's no way stopping that. And once the knight ends up on d5, what are you going to do as Black? You have to take them off. This is looking uncomfortable here. Bishop c6 has been played. But now just knight d5. I mean, what is stopping knight d5? That seems like a very obvious move when Black cannot even take with the knight because of c takes or e takes and picking up the piece. So you have to, I don't know, either allow this knight on d5 when White threatens knight b6, or sometimes bishop b6, or you take it with the bishop. But this is just horrible. I mean, every move looks good, no matter how White takes. All of these positions look very comfortable, and most importantly, no danger here at all. But Carlsen was like, you know what, I have no rush to go knight d5. I just play rook fd1 for now, improve the position of my rook, put some more pressure on his pawn on d6. What is Black even doing here? Not having any useful moves. He can just sit and wait. He played h5, Karjakin. This is telling you already. I mean, Black doesn't have much to do. He's maybe hoping, this is actually a good move, I like this move, to somehow get h4 and maybe sometimes have h3 and somehow make something happen on the dark squares. I mean, I know it's a little bit desperate, but Karjakin has to take desperate measures here anyway. Because his position is just not a position that you can play for a win. I mean, just nothing here. All right. So for everybody who's for the first time on my channel watching this live stream about the World Chess Championship, welcome. And I would encourage you, of course, to check out my other videos and to subscribe to my channel if you are enjoying the show and if you're enjoying this live stream. So you'll be notified if I do something similar in the future. The World Championship will end today, but there will be other major events that I'll cover or do video analysis of. So if you're enjoying this, please feel free to subscribe. I felt like I had to get another plug in here as long as so many people are watching. Okay, let's get back to the game. H5 still on the board. Carlsen to think now. Why not knight d5? Why not? I don't see anything wrong with this move. And how to keep play here? Bishop takes d5. I don't want to play it. I rather want to play my rook somewhere, but I don't even know where to put my rook to stop knight b6. This is just a depressing position to play with the black pieces. Just a depressing position. Do you go knight d7 here? No, you're just dropping the d6 pawn. This is all just depressing. Knight takes e7 followed by queen takes d6 is another threat, so black pretty much has to take on d5. But what is this position? Well, after c takes d5, at least black has this move. At least he has this move. Knight f4 when white cannot take twice because this one is hanging. At least you keep some play here. So I wouldn't encourage c takes d5 necessarily, but either e takes d5 or knight takes d5 just looks beautiful. Beautiful for white. But okay, maybe this is not completely over in terms of playing for a win for black. Maybe you can somehow do something like this, bishop g5. I actually like this move. And here suddenly you get some nice play on the dark squares, and this actually now went horribly wrong for white. So this is not over yet, but I cannot see Carlsen give this position away, because right now he is so comfortable. Still, he is a human, and he knows it. I mean, he knows he has a great position here. He knows that a draw is enough for him to be world champion once again, to end this match right on the spot. So this is some pressure on him. Of course, how couldn't it be? But he's also very confident, and he has every right to be so, being the best player on the planet. So he knows that he can at least draw this position. I mean, usually you would expect him to play for a win here, and he might play for a win as well. But you can usually he knows he can at least get a draw in this position. He played bishop f1 back, just a useful move to move this bishop out of any knight f4 moves. And h4 has been played, which makes a lot of sense, of course, h4 to get knight h5, and now queen f2. That was also another idea of Carlsen, to get his knight, to get his queen to f2, attack this pawn h4, which really doesn't hang right now because of knight takes e4, but bishop b6 is a possible idea, and this move knight d5 is also always an option. So just slight improvement of his pieces, and asking black, what are you going to do next? And Karjakin goes knight d7. I'm playing a little bit quicker now. He has caught up a little bit on the clock, but Carlsen's still 3 minutes ahead. It's 16 against 14 for Karjakin. 16 minutes Carlsen, 14 Karjakin. Knight d7 was played. You could also think about putting a knight, going with the knight to h5. That seemed like another option, but okay. Knight d7. Stopping any bishop b6. And preparing bishop g5. And potentially sacrificing this pawn, but Karjakin knows he has to take risks here. If he just waits and does nothing active, he is just not going to win. He needs to go active, and if that involves the pawn sacrifice, then so be it. So be it. He needs to do something here. Right now it's Carlsen's move though. And after knight d5, yeah, now black doesn't take on d5. He just goes bishop g5, trading off this bad bishop against the nice bishop on e3. And then, well, maybe the black dark squares will tell. And the game definitely continues. The game definitely continues. The score is 2-1 for Magnus Carlsen, say Kostya, and for everybody else just joining. This is the World Chess Championship match, the final game possibly. Unless Karjakin wins this with the black pieces, Carlsen will be the new and old world champion because the score is 2-1 in Carlsen's favor. And by the way, this is Carlsen's birthday. This is Carlsen's birthday. He just turned 26 today. And well, there's, I think, no better way to, or no greater birthday gift than to give himself the World Championship title once again after he has won already the championships in 2013 and 14 against Vishy Anand. Of course, also that could be a horrible birthday if he turns out to lose this match, but at this point it really doesn't look like it. So this is the current position on the board. Knight d5 just, well, maybe knight d5 is not a great move because it just allows bishop g5 without white even winning the pawn on d6. And Carlsen's played g3. And I'm looking at the evaluation of the computer here, on the side of my eye, and he didn't like that move, I can tell you that much. He did not like that move, but I think it's a very reasonable move because it covers this f4 square, which can be crucial in many lines. On the other hand, you are weakening your king long term. So that's a trade-off. That is a trade-off, but it does make sense, and white is still better here. For everybody watching, if you're wondering why I'm late in transmission, well, there's a delay obviously in the video of about, I don't know, 15 or 30 seconds until you can see it in the stream. And then also sometimes there's a delay with the moves, so that's why. But I'm trying to be as up to date as possible. So g3 played. Now, what are black's options? You could take on g3, but you can also always do this later, and you want to have these additional options in some line, maybe, to go h3. Now, what if bishop g5? I mean, this is the move I would look at first. Even though, yes, I'm giving a pawn, but my feeling is that I'm having good compensation on the dark squares. I mean, for example, here rook takes d6. It doesn't work, because I can just go bishop e7 back. Oh, hold on, that does work. White has knight takes c6. So that black should not do. But, yes, for example, bishop takes e3 and then putting a knight on d4. And right now the rook feels a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, there are ideas here. This is not over by any means. The position has actually looked better for Carlsen a few moves ago. So this is not over yet. But still, definitely my bet would be on Carlsen in this position. Let's see the clock situation once again. 15 minutes for for Magnus Carlsen, and 11 for Karjakin. I don't see any better move than bishop g5. I think more or less that's what Karjakin has to go for. He just needs to exchange this light square bishop to get access. This light square bishop. Sorry, the dark square bishop on e3 to get access to the dark squares on d4, for example, which is a crucial square for the knight. Okay, so bishop g5, let's look at this again. White could also play a move like knight c2 or knight d5. But, well, I mean, this is a whole different story now, with a knight coming to d4, and this is just a monster on d4. I mean, white can probably exchange it, and probably it's not too big of a deal. But still, in general, black having access to these squares now, without being bothered by a dark square bishop, this is changing something here. And the match and this game, definitely not over. Definitely not over. Okay, so this is the current position on the board. After g3 has just been played, which took away the f4 square, and on the other hand is weakening the white position a little bit. The king feels a little bit less safe, but it was a trade-off Carlsen was willing to take, and also sometimes there's the option to go bishop h3. Maybe that is an additional idea that Carlsen has. Let me just get some water real quick. Rook a3 has been played. He doesn't go for bishop g5. He goes for rook a3. So he wants to go after this pawn. He wants to go after this pawn. People are saying blunder in the chat. I don't think that's a blunder. Black can still go bishop g5 later, and also keeping the tension for now. Keeping the tension, not exchanging any pieces, and asking white, how are you going to improve your position right now? On the other hand, white could just go knight c2 here. And then it's not clear what black has gained, because it seems like here the rook has just to retreat all the way to a8. So I don't know, but this was not played in a game. White played bishop h3, and this is what we were talking about. Another idea of Carlsen to bring his bishop to h3 and potentially exchange the bishop for the knight on e6. So exchange this oftentimes bad bishop against one of the knights. So rook ca8, but really there's not too much going on the a file. So I don't know what Karjakin is seeking there, what he's hoping to get. Knight c2 was played, yeah. And what now? What now? I mean, rook back? But you have to go to a6. If you go to a5, then b4, b5 is coming. So this is not great. And if after rook a6, I mean, here white can play b4 as well. And how do you stop b5? How do you stop b5? How do you stop losing material? Am I having the right position? Yeah, so what happened was after rook a6 he didn't go b4, which I don't know what's wrong with this move. He went knight b4 when rook a3 would allow a repetition, obviously. So Karjakin has to deviate, has to play something else, and he went rook a5. But the question is, what are you going to do now after knight c2? Probably b6. I mean, otherwise you can't stop b4, b5. And he has gone knight c2, so he wants to repeat moves. And if Karjakin wants to keep this game going, which he has to, of course, he probably has to go b6. He cannot go rook a6 anymore. I mean, it seems like as Lukaku 20 WBA is pointing out, rook a3 was just not the right way to go. He had to go bishop g5 probably. Because here, b6 is not a move you want to play. You just create another target for white. But it's the move you have to play to keep on playing. There's no other way really. And b6 has been played, yeah, of course. So after b4, the rook can now retreat to a7, and if b5, the bishop can go to b7. But that has really not helped the black position much. I don't know what in the hell, excuse my language here, the rooks are doing, since all the squares are covered on the a file, all the entry squares. So that just seemed like the wrong plan by Karjakin, and now the white position seems great. I'm still kind of confused why he could not play b4 here immediately. But anyways, maybe bishop a4? I don't know. Anyways, we'll return to the game. This is the current position. The score is 2-1 in Magnus Carlsen's favor. So that means if this game ends in a draw or Carlsen wins, he will maintain his World Championship title. This could very well be the final game as it's looking right now. It will be, because white is clearly better and also up on the clock, as we have seen in all the games so far, 11 against 9 minutes. Not as much of a time advantage for Carlsen, but still a time advantage, and that can be also, well, an important factor. But here, not so much really, because the white position is also great. He just has to keep his nerves here, play decent moves, and he will not lose this game. Okay, so b4, I mean, it just looks like a move you want to play. But Carlsen has not played b4, it looks like. He has just gone rook d2. Okay. He's probably saying, I can play b4 later on as well, no need to rush things. And maybe he just wants to be extra careful here. And he's going to double on a d file, just improving his position. And it seems to me that Karjakin has missed this chance to exchange the bishops when it was still possible. Back in this position, when he looked, it seemed like he went for his dubious plan of rook a3. He should have gone bishop g5. So this is the current position on the board, where it's just played rook d2 to double the rooks on the d file, put some more pressure on the pawn d6, making it even harder for black to trade off the dark squared bishops. And once again, as we've seen earlier, it is hard for black to make any progress. It looks like Carlsen just has his typical grip on his opponent, where the opponent cannot do much. I mean, you can not play knight c5 because of f4 coming. Probably you need to retreat with the rook anyway to go out of b4 ideas. But this position is just no fun. I mean, the knight can also come back to b4, obviously. And that's why Carlsen didn't play b4. That's actually very smart. He didn't want to give this b4 square away for the knight, because he knows he can come back here and once again have this idea to go to d5. Yeah, this is just looking horrible for Karjakin once again. Rook a7, knight b4 for example, bishop b7. And here, okay, you still don't want to go knight d5 because bishop g5, once again, black always has this idea of exchanging the bishops. And you don't, I mean, even if you can win a pawn, you don't really want to do it. Because that would just create a mess. And here also with the rook hanging on d2, you certainly don't want to do it. And otherwise, well, white can just play a different move. Just keep improving the position, and black is just passive and I don't see any way for black to create danger again for white. And that's the main problem. You would even be willing to sacrifice something somehow to create chances, even if it doesn't work, but just that you get a chance, to do something. But I don't even see this. The white king feels pretty safe now with g3 and bishop h3 being played. The bishop is nice on h3. White is not exchanging on e6. I mean, he could, but no need to do that. The bishop covers this diagonally nicely, and difficult for black to create any threats. Okay, probably I would just move the rook back. What else to do? I'll move the bishop back. Bishop b7 looks like a good move to get out of knight b4. But bishop b7 also has its drawbacks, as it's allowing knight b5 suddenly. And you're not covering this anymore. So not even easy to come up for a move. And now Karjakin down to 4 minutes 40 seconds. That's really no good news for the Russian, and the clock being against him as well, 6 minutes apart. This is very probably being the last game we will see today, with Magnus Carlsen retaining, thanks for correcting me, chat, not maintaining, the title, the World Championship title. Karjakin has to just play something, because without any clock time, he will very certainly not win, because you need to find moves that your opponent doesn't see, and you can only do that once you have enough time. You can find hidden resources maybe. So Karjakin close to being the 4 minutes now. Just not moving. And maybe he's kind of accepting the fact that he will not become world champion here, that he will lose the match and come back next time. But he has put on a great fight, and maybe it's too early to talk about or to bring the finishing words. But as his clock is ticking down, I just don't see a way for him to do anything. Now down to 3 minutes. Down to 3 minutes against Carlsen's 10.5. So 7 minutes difference for Carlsen. And a miracle has to happen here, that Carlsen will lose this game with the white pieces now. Earlier, after g3, black maybe could have created some chance again, going bishop g5, but here, with the rooks being useless on the a file, b6 another weakness for black, and white being so stable, just nothing to play for really. Queen c7 has been played finally, and Carlsen can pretty much just blitz out rook fd1. Nothing wrong with this move. He will just double check to not run into any traps. But then he'll just play rook fd1, and he has played it. Of course, you don't need to spend rook bd1. You don't need to spend many minutes to play this move. Just a very natural move, putting on more pressure on the pawn on d6. And not even a pawn sacrifice works. You would like white to take with the bishop, but white just takes with the knight. Too bad, and you will not get rid of this strong dark squared bishop on e3. Once again, it's Karjakin's move. He's 2 minutes now. 2 minutes. Yeah. It's not looking good. There's a question, why is the World Championship only being played every 2 years, or rather irregularly, because it happened in 2012, 2013, 2014. We were quite spoiled there, but now we are back to a regular schedule. So it will be every 2 years. So 2014, 2016, and then again 2018. Bishop f8 has been played, but with no time, how are you ever going to pose any problems here? You just have to hope for a miracle, as Karjakin here. For a big miracle. That's the only thing you can hope for, because with such moves, I mean, he doesn't have anything better, but with such moves, bishop f8, and how are you going to create any threats? I mean, you're just hoping that white somehow will deconstruct himself. What is that called? Deconstruct? Destruct himself somehow, but Carlsen won't do that. Why would he? And Carlsen just took on h4 actually. He said, you know what, let me just grab this pawn. And that makes a lot of sense. He can just take this pawn. I mean, I personally wouldn't have taken this pawn, just because I wouldn't like to open up my king, but it seems there's nothing wrong with it. And white can even think about king h1, rook g1, h5, h6. Seems like a perfectly sensible move. And self-destruct, that's the right word. Thank you. Knight f4 has been played. Yeah, I would not have given black these options. I mean, g takes h4 might be a good move, but practically speaking, why would you allow knight f4? Actually, the more I look at it, the less I like it for Carlsen. Still, he's a huge favorite because he has so much more time on the clock, and he also still has a better position. But now suddenly you have to look at moves like d5, with the idea of bishop c5 potentially. I mean, that doesn't quite work because white has to move knight d4. But still, why would you allow that? I'm not fancying his play here. Knight f4, you never had to allow. Just keep the pawn g3. So if Karjakin had more time here, I would still give him some chances. But with 1.5 minutes against Carlsen's 9, I don't see any hope. I don't see any hope. Carlsen takes this one off as well, and he will just put a knight on d5 now. Yeah, that looks like a very good idea. He'll just put a knight on d5, and nothing to do for Karjakin. He could even go knight b4, knight d5. Maybe that's even better. Maybe that is even better. But maybe you don't want to allow this rook swing all the way to h5, even that isn't too worrying. Alright, so knight d5 looks like a very normal move. I don't know if you want to allow queen h3 necessarily, but then again, what is that doing even? Probably not much. Probably you can just grab another pawn. But still, I mean, black still has some chances here with the bishop pair. Even though white position is fairly solid, but the white king is a little bit open, at least. And Carlsen played knight b4. Yeah, also very sensible move. I said maybe you don't want to allow the rook swing, but then again the rook isn't doing too much on h5. d5 actually is a move here. But I don't know if it's a good one. I mean, the idea is bishop c5. obviously. But white doesn't take on d5 right now, but takes on c6 first. Now bishop c5 does knight d4. So queen takes c6, and now white takes simply the pawn on d5. And then just prevents this threat and his 2 pawns up. So that doesn't quite work for Karjakin. He's down to 10 seconds now. He has to play a move, obviously. He plays rook a3, which is a decent move, going after this b3 pawn. And now white cannot repeat moves because black will just take it. So that's interesting. Okay, I mean, even if you lose this pawn on b3, you just put a knight on d5, and what is going to happen? Yeah, you don't really want to go like rook b2 or rook b1, as your rooks are well placed on the d file. Maybe you have to. I mean, if you want to keep the pawn, that is. If you want to keep the pawn, you should probably play rook b1 or rook d1. Yes, if Carlsen wins this game, he wins everything. He wins the title back. Well, back, it's not the right word. He retains the title and the match is over. Karjakin has to win. And right now, it is not looking good for Karjakin. It is looking like Carlsen will at least not lose this game. And retain the title. Because not only is his position better, he's up a pawn, but also he's up on the clock, with Karjakin apparently only having 18 seconds left. 18 seconds. I mean, I don't know if that's completely correct, but 18 seconds is really not a lot of time. So I'm not expecting, say, Karjakin to hold this together. He might not lose, he might draw this game, but seeing a win here with him being so low on time seems just highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Alright, Carlsen taking some time here to ponder about his move if he wants to defend the pawn on b3, or maybe just give it up and take the bishop on c6 right now, and then go knight d5. But I wouldn't like to give up my extra pawn necessarily if I don't have to, even though this position also seems completely fine. So what if I just defend it? Can I just go rook b1? I know it's passive, but can I just do this? Rook b1, and what is black going to do? I mean, this pawn is also hanging, just by the way. This pawn is also hanging. d5 once again shouldn't work because of the same line with knight takes c6, and followed by c takes d5 and just knight b5, for example. And this bishop c5 threat is not fast enough. So what else can black do here? Bishop b7, then just queen takes b6. Probably, yeah. I cannot even offer like a sensible move after rook b1. What is black doing here? Bishop b7, queen takes b6. Just seems to be going nowhere. So another thing black can do is go g6 and put the bishop here. But even then, yes, you have a bishop on this nice long diagonal, but besides that, you're not having too much going on for you. Alright, so Carlsen finally played a move, spent some time here, down to 4 minutes, but Karjakin down to 37 seconds, so that weighs a little bit more. Carlsen took on c6, took the bishop off, which is also very understandable decision, exchanging the bishop pair, and now he went knight b5. Bring the knight to d4 where the knight is perfectly placed. It's Karjakin to move. And he has sacrificed the exchange. What? Why did he do that? He didn't have to go rook takes b3 here. He could have also gone rook a1, which was a better move, certainly. Okay, this is... I mean, now he can just resign, because he will never win this position, where he's just an exchange down. I don't know what he was thinking here, that this is his best option. Okay, it is maybe the threat d5 right now, but queen e2 played by Carlsen pretty quickly, and I don't see how black's ever going to win this. Yes, the white king is a little bit weak, but you don't have enough material. You just have rook, queen, and bishop, and that's not enough to create any serious mating attack. Yeah, I mean, he's under time pressure. Well, he still probably saw knight d4, but just said, okay, whatever, I'm going for this. I might be lost or worse anyway. Maybe that's my best shot. Bishop e7 was now played. This pawn is really not that important anyway. But here, yeah, Carlsen just has to finish it. I mean, he will never lose this. Never. King g2, because if black takes on h4, white just takes on d6, and white is very happy here to exchange pieces, especially exchange rooks if he can, because without rooks, black can just shake hands immediately, because never going to win. And that's all that matters. Karjakin needs to win this game to stay in the match. If he doesn't win, he loses the match, and Magnus Carlsen retains his world championship title. Queen e6 has been played. And now h5, just covering the pawn. Why not? Maybe rook a5 is possible, but then just rook d5, stopping any rook swings here. So that's just not helping. So Karjakin went rook a3. He's probably hoping to put the rook on e3 or do something here. I mean, he still needs a miracle. Nothing has changed really. White is clearly better here, almost winning probably, and black far from needing this win. You could just go rook d3 here. Why not? Just rook d3. And I don't see a way for black to avoid the trade. I mean, unless queen c4, but probably queen c4. Because if you go rook a2, the rooks will just always keep covering everything. Rook a1, rook d1, and so on. So probably here he wants to go queen c4, pin the rook. Which is actually an unpleasant pin if I think about it for right now. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. But for example, you don't want to do this, for sure. And otherwise, how do you get out of it? Well, you can probably play queen f1. And actually, rook d3 has been played, it looks like. And both players are repeating moves. So will we see the end here? Will we see a move repetition here? Rook a3, rook d3? No, of course not. Of course Karjakin's playing on. I mean, anything else wouldn't just make any sense. So he went to c7 now, and then rook d5 has been played. Don't ask me what he didn't like about queen c4. Maybe just queen f1 back. Maybe it's just that. Okay, so rook c7, rook d5. And now both players are playing rather quickly, as Carlsen, well, he still has about 3 minutes, but Karjakin, he only has 10 to 20 seconds, so he needs to play really quickly. Queen d2, queen f6, rook f5, queen h4. Trying to go for some tricks there. And even queen takes f4 seems possible now. It's not a move necessarily you make. And no, Carlsen doesn't play. Rook c1, just so much better. Improving the position of his rook. And once the rooks come off, you can just resign. And if the rooks don't come off, yeah, he played rook a7. Now this rook is coming into action as well. This rook is coming into action, and we might see this. Rook c8 would be very possible here. This is the current position. Carlsen to move, and if he just finds a few more moves, this game will be over. Rook c8, king h7. I'm not seeing the obvious continuation here. Rook takes f7 is still queen g5. So Carlsen's taking his time here to calculate the final moves. Rook c8 is one way to win, but you don't have to do this. I mean, you can also play differently. And he took on f4. He took on f4. The point is after queen takes f4, rook takes f4, bishop g5, just this intermediate check. And Carlsen has calculated this, that after rook a2, which happened, he just goes to h1. And queen f2, this looks very threatening, but Carlsen has calculated it all out. And here actually rook c8 is made in 8. Rook c8 has been played. King h7. And now I'm guessing rook g5. I'm guessing rook g5. I mean, that must be... Oh no, queen h6. How beautiful is this? This is gorgeous. And he found it. Not rook g5. That would lose. My bad. Queen h6. That's a beautiful way to finish this match. And just gorgeous. I don't know if it actually happened, but it's saying 1-0. That is it. Magnus Carlsen retains his World Championship title. And what a beautiful way to finish it. With queen h6, which I'm not sure if it happened on the board, but here, after king takes, it's rook h8 checkmate. And after g takes, it is rook takes f7 checkmate. Nice. Very, very nice. Alright, so that was it. Carlsen wins the rapid tiebreak 3-1, retains his World Championship title with an absolutely magnificent performance here in the rapid match, not being worse a single time during the whole match, during the whole 4 games, and absolutely deserved retaining his title here.
Niclas, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Tal.
Oh my god! I mean, maybe we shouldn't say anything anymore. Just go home.
Yeah, this is how you finish a game in style.
A world championship. Oh my god.
This is how you finish it in style.
So many dirty metaphors right now. I don't believe. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. How powerful Carlsen just finished this match.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So well deserved in the tiebreaks. I mean, there was never any doubt. Never any doubt.
Oh my god. Happy birthday, Magnus.
Happy birthday to Magnus Carlsen. It's his birthday, and what a better way to celebrate than with this win. Congratulations to the new and old world champion.
Yes. And I just want to mention, by the way, that if you guys at home want to find such tactics, it's a good idea to practice your tactical skills, and I learned a lot from 5 videos that I saw about how to solve tactics on Niclas' channel.
Thanks,
I'm
Tal.
not even joking. I did learn from it. I'm not just recommending your channel.
That's good to hear. Well, everybody who watched so far, I see a lot of people leaving right now, which is understandable. It's late in Europe. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And if you would like to see further videos of me and would like to be notified when I do something similar like these live streams where I cover tournaments, then please feel free to subscribe to my channel. And also, of course, having Grandmaster Tal Baron here from Israel, you might want to check out his channel as well. He has just recently started and he's publishing a lot, doing also putting out great content.
Yes, hopefully.
Don't be so humble.
Well, I'll try. I'll try to improve. That's for sure. Do you feel like ending our streams here without analyzing? I'm sure the viewers would like to see some analysis, but this is a position I don't want to remove my eyes from.
Sure, I mean that's fine with me. I mean it's been a long stream, and I think most people are going to bed right now, and we can just leave it with this final move, Queen H6. Yeah. Was that played on the board, by the way? I'm not sure.
Yeah, over the board.
Okay, Queen H6, and we can just leave it there. Magnus retaining his title in style, completely, well, in a completely convincing fashion. Never being any worse in any of the 4 games. That is really an accomplishment. And
for sure.
He showed why he is the best player on the planet.
Yes. And this is absolutely fantastic. Are you going to do some recap of these games like you did in the entire match?
I might. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I was also following all the highlight videos, by the way. And again, I'm not recommending you. I probably wouldn't mention it without you here, but I did watch all of the highlight videos after the games of yours, and just to see what happened. It was probably the best among the recaps that I've seen.
Thanks. You're making me blush here, but I think my cheeks are already pretty red because of all the excitement. Okay.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, so we will probably see the viewers again. I'll probably upload another video tomorrow, so there's not much left to say. And yeah, this has been a nice collaboration here.
Yeah, I think so too. It was good having you, definitely, and chatting about the games.
Yeah, and let's think about more of this in the future. So for now, leave it at that probably, and I'll probably say a few words to the viewers before finishing, so I can mute the Skype call. And unless you have anything to add.
No, it's been great. This has been a great live stream, and thanks for this collaboration. And that was just awesome. And yeah, talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
All right, so as GM Tal Baron from Israel, he also has a YouTube channel, as I mentioned, and he was also live streaming, and we decided to talk right after the games and chat a little bit. And this has been, like we said already many times, is such a convincing tiebreak for Magnus Carlsen. In the first game, effortlessly drawing with the black pieces. In the second game, pushing, pressing, so close to a win. So close, but Karjakin once again showed what a great defender he is. And he defended till the end and hold the draw. And then when everybody thought the psychological advantage was at Karjakin's side, Carlsen strikes back with the black piece, playing a magnificent game. Beautiful positional masterpiece where he once again put on pressure, and this time Karjakin cracked under time pressure. The time in general being a huge factor in this match, in which Karjakin was just much slower than Carlsen. Carlsen just playing confidently, playing quickly, and this is how he won this match. And then game 4, Carlsen not giving any chance whatsoever to Karjakin, just putting on his typical world champion grip on the position, not allowing any chances, and Karjakin once again in time trouble. Then tried desperate measures with this exchange sacrifice, but just didn't lead him anywhere. And Magnus Carlsen finishing the match in such a beautiful way with this move, Queen H6. How gorgeous is that? Black takes with the king, there's Rook H8 checkmate, and if Black takes with the pawn, then there's Rook takes F7 checkmate. What a way to finish this match and to give himself the greatest birthday gift there is, I guess, to maintain his world championship title in a so well-deserved fashion. So thank you everybody for watching. Once again, if you would like to see something similar in the future and be notified when I do streams like that or when I publish analysis videos or other things here on YouTube, please feel free to subscribe to my channel. GM Huschenbeth is my name, as you probably know by now. So thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And well, now we can all get back to a normal sleep schedule and recover from this exciting World Championship match. And we have to give credit to the challenger Karjakin as well, who fought really hard and made the task so difficult for Carlsen. We have to remember, before game 10, with only 3 games to go, Carlsen was behind in a match and it wasn't impossible that he would lose the title. But Carlsen, being the best player in the world, he strode back and he managed to do it once again, winning his 3rd World Championship title in a row. Alright, so that's it. I'm out. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.